Hello and welcome to Kent Cricket live stream sponsored by Cluberly. Due to investing? No problem. Cluberly offers access to expertly curated portfolios from renowned regulated managers. Start your investment journey with little as £1 and choose a portfolio that aligns with your preferences. My name is Adash. I'll be one of the commentators today, and I'm joined by Nick.
Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence in Canterbury for today's Tier 2.
As you said, the good day we're seeing today, it looks as if batting first had been the better option, but we'll see. I'm sure they have a plan. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, certainly. So, approaching the middle now are the umpires and the Kent openers, and here come Leicestershire Foxes today, led by Ellen Watson. Looking at who may open the bowling, I think we might see Emma Thatcher open the bowling, and Ellie Phillips perhaps, because that's sort of looking at previous games, that's who has opened the bowling, but we'll find out in due course and we'll let you know as soon as we know.
Yep, the fielding team is making their way out onto the ground now.
We'll just flash back to last time out for both these sides. Kent, sort of on their home debut, had a very dominant 9-wicket win against... I can't even remember who it was against. Against Derbyshire, there we go, thank you. Amy Gordon scored 111 not out, and Megan Sturge scored 70-something not out. They put on 117 together, which was a very good partnership. Leicestershire then, they lost to Worcestershire by 63 runs, 265 for 8, played 202 for 7 there, so very close game. They'll be looking to right their wrongs from the last fixture and get a win here today, and Kent will be looking to continue their fine form.
190 for 1. I think they played on the 26th of April, so it's been a few days. Yeah,
it's been a week now since the last game, and they're certainly looking to continue that fine form. So from the pavilion, then, it looks like we'll have Emma Thatcher opening the bowling to Sophie Singer.
Emma Thatcher was the leading wicket taker in the County T20 Cup last season. She moved to Leicestershire this season, and she was with Derbyshire from 2016 until 2024. In fact, she played in Sydney back in 2022 and 2023. I think she was also a full-time cricket coach there as well. She may be doing that as well. So, yeah, she'll be opening the bowling now. Here's the first ball. Is the catch taken?
No,
no,
just
it's not.
snuck by.
Yeah, I thought it, because it looked a bit uppish from here.
Yeah, so as we expected, probably a nice bit of in-swing there from the left armour, but well blocked out by Singer there. I think for the openers it'll just be about getting bat on ball.
And play away to the square leg fielder for no run. You said that when the Leicestershire captain won the toss, it seemed as if she didn't expect to win it. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it was more just it's a tricky decision, because obviously with the weather you'd expect blocked again there by Singer. You'd expect a nice day to bat, but there is a bit of green on the top of the wicket, so it's probably just caught in two minds about what to do. But I think either way, you'd be happy losing the toss today. I think it should play nicely for both sides.
No, it doesn't look like out from here, no. Maybe high, going down.
Bit too much movement there as well, I think, using the new ball well.
We need to play to the leg side, to the mid-on region, and through square leg thus far.
False start there.
Yeah. Driven through, no, it's no run. Try to go through the extra cover region.
I think that's the area you want to bowl as a left armour and hope the ball swings in nicely. That time just a little bit over pitch, but obviously that's what your fielders are there for.
The length was there, I thought, in the previous deliveries.
Yeah. Get the two combined, I think she could be on here.
Can play away, and it should be the first run. Yes, it is. That is the over. One without loss after the first.
Not a bad over first up for Thatcher there. I think apart from that one over pitch ball, she bowled quite nicely, bowled quite tight lines.
Lots of movement as well.
Yes, using the new ball well. I do wonder how much spin we'll see today, because last week they went for a very spin-focused approach. I think we only saw 15, 20 overs max of pace and the rest was spin. So I wonder if they'll come out with that approach again, but it looks like we'll have another seamer here to open up the bowling for Leicestershire. And yeah, as expected, Ellie Phillips is on to bowl from the Nattington Road end. Some right arm pace, I believe.
Yep. She made her Warwickshire Women's first team debut in 2022. And she played for Warwickshire alongside being part of the Central Spark setup. And this is her first year at Leicestershire to play Tier 2 since the new system has been formulated.
Here comes Phillips into bowl from the Nattington Road end. Blocked away into the ledge side by Singer. Nice length straight away, I think, there.
It's been a decent start thus far by the Bulls. As you said, there's a one over pitch delivery. Apart from that, they've not had as much. The batters have been trying to play the ball to the square leg region, and they've worked on that one occasion.
Blocked again by Sophie Singer, back to the mid-on fielder this time. I think you're right about the trying to open up the ledge side as quickly as possible here. I do wonder if that's because of the sweeper fielders already, but it's an interesting decision when the ball's being pitched sort of fourth stump.
Yep, still going with the leg side ploy. And from here, that looked to be quite a bit outside off, trying to drag it.
Ellie Phillips, also formerly of Warwickshire, from 2023 till 24. She joined Leicestershire this season. And here she comes into bowl again. Bit fuller that time, but still a very good length, and Singer just blocks it back.
It looked as if he was trying to go through cover then, and then slightly rolled the hands, changed the shot at the end.
Looks like Leicestershire have come with a plan just to bowl a nice line and length and put pressure on the openers early on. As Phillips comes in again. Bowls. Blocked again. That one was certainly outside off stump and ended up at mid-wicket. So I think if you're Sophie Singer, you've struggled for runs so far this season. I think your plan is just get bat on ball and get a feel for the game as early as possible, and then hopefully kick on after a few overs when the ball stops moving and stops being tricky. Phillips in again. Bit shorter that time, but again blocked by Singer.
I think, as you said, when you said she's not been in the run, that's the end of the over, by the way, but when she's not been in the run, it seems as if at times she's trying to go through cover, but the bat is going from sort of the backward point region, and that's the reason why a lot of times she's hasn't been able to access the offside thus far. It seems as if she's changing her shot at the last moment. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sophie Singer, she had a tricky start to the season, only scoring the 15 runs in the 2 games so far, so top score of 8. She'll certainly be looking for more. That was a maiden over from Phillips as well to start off, so if you're Leicestershire, you're certainly happy with the first 2 overs anyway.
Yep.
There's obviously a long time to go though, so Thatcher will continue from the pavilion end.
I believe this is the first ball faced by the new batter.
Yes, correct. This is Amy Gordon's first ball, so I'm sure the Centurion from last week will be looking to continue on from a 111 not out. As in comes Thatcher at the pavilion end. Bowled. Hits Gordon on the pad, and not even half an appeal, I don't think. Must have been sliding down with the swing and the angle down the slope as well.
It's a good start this by Leicestershire. You know, first I was thinking on a day like this, choosing to bowl first is intriguing, but they've done well thus far.
Thatcher in again, flicked off the pads to square leg, no run. Yeah, and sort of looking at Amy Gordon last week, she sort of took on the new ball right from the off. I think the intent was there last week to chase down Derbyshire's total as quickly as possible, and I think this week she's gone for a sort of a different tactic to get herself in, and try and bat long today as Thatcher comes in again and blocked again.
Yeah. For the ones that are going to the leg side and playing the flick shot, I wonder when they'll look to go between the bowler and mid-on, that straight gap, and that could be a shot that seemed to be on thus far.
Yeah, and as you say that, mid-on's just moved quite a fair bit straighter, I think, so perhaps they spotted it as well. Over pitched on the offside,
Again,
Gordon goes for the drive, and oof, that was a big inside edge, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one thing with Amy Gordon is she's not scared to shy away from hitting the ball. She'll take it on if it's there to be hit.
Full toss that, and not missed out. Probably the first bad ball of the day thus far.
Yeah, just trying, maybe trying to go for a Yorker and missed out horrifically, but yeah, if you're Gordon, you probably fancy that one back, I think. But here comes Thatcher in again. Bowls down the leg side for our first extra of the day. I think as a left armer, you can't start. You have to bowl it outside off stump because you've got to account for the swing.
Yep.
I think that time she just bowled it.
But there is a lot of movement there. There's a lot of movement there. And so, yes, that was one extra, but I don't think she'd mind with what she has seen thus far. Another club.
Oh,
just
big appeal and given.
Caught behind.
Yes, inside edge by the looks of things, but that is Amy. That's the Centurion Amy Gordon gone for a duck. A great comeback there from Thatcher after the sort of the loose wide the ball before. Pitched the ball up a bit further. Gordon's eyes lit up, and there you go.
Probably deserved because the bowling has been very tight thus far. And I thought from here that was going to be another full toss. It dipped at the last moment. I thought it'd be a Yorker. So. I didn't think it'd be a caught behind, but it was. And the first wicket, Gordon dismissed.
So the new batter for Kent, Megan Sturge, coming off a very handy set of runs last week. I think it was 61 not out. So she'll be looking to continue her fine form. Yeah, also Megan Sturge is available for selection for Kent, on loan from a Tier 1 side, so that's always handy. And if you're Kent now, what's the plan? Is it see off the new ball, or is it keep trying to sort of attack when the ball's there to be hit?
Well, I don't think there's a case of attacking. I mean, I think they could have looked to get a few more singles if the shot selection was better, as I was referring to earlier. So, look, they've got to play a bit steadily now, just because it's going to be the end of the third over now, I think, and they won 2. But you've got 50 overs to go about things. I don't think they should rush things too much from here.
Yeah, so that is 2 for 1 after 3 overs. Phillips will continue from the Nackington Road end. She starts her run up into bowl. Down the leg side wide, for a wide. Well taken by the keeper there, though. Yeah, I think if you're Leicestershire, you'll certainly be happy with the start to get out, to sort of get the big wicket of Amy Gordon in just the third over. Was probably as good as a start as they could have hoped. Into bowler. That looked like it came back in quite a lot.
Yeah. I thought the cut shot was on before it seemed like.
I think Sophie Singer also thought the cut shot was on. She got into quite an awkward position then, but kept it out quite nicely, and we'll continue on. And Phillips into bowl again from the Nackington Road end bowls. Fuller that time. I think that was just a bit of a tempter, wasn't it?
Yep. Sort
of Sophie Singer looked like she was going to try and play a booming drive, but then pulled out of it at the last second and annoyingly half volleyed the wicketkeeper. It's never one you like as a wicketkeeper.
So there are 2 deliveries to go in the over. I don't know. Looks as if 2 for 1. Yep, another dot ball.
Patted back again from Sophie Singer. I think if you look at Kent's 2 fixtures so far, the first game against Middlesex, they've really struggled. I think they only made 60, 66 or something like that. And last game they looked like they could have scored 300 if they had the 50 overs. So I think just consistency would be sort of what Kent are looking for here, as Phillips comes in again to bowl full.
See, that was the shot I was talking about before. Going between the gap between the bowler and the mid-on fielder. Yes, the timing wasn't there, but at least that's the kind of application you should be looking for when you've been playing one shot and it's not been working.
Into bowl again and patted back again. That's a very nice area there from Phillips. Just the top of the stumps, and there's not much you can do about that as a batter. And I think, we're 3.5 over or 3.5 overs in. I don't think Sophie Senior will look to use her feet just yet. So I think she's quite content with just patting it back, seeing off the new ball, and possibly looking to take on, the spinners that might come on later on in the game. Phillips in again, Fuller this time, and patted back again. And that is all she wrote for the 4th over.
Another, I think Wicket made it now 3 for 1 after 4. So the best possible start for the bowling side. And I think when you say seeing off the new ball, it's about formulating release shots. And I think as we see the power play, the first 10 overs progress, it would become more apparent. Right now, it's not been there as of now, but she's faced 18 deliveries. Yeah. So I think it'll be on her now to sort of take things through.
And I think if you're Sophie Senior, you can't let that get to you that you only scored 1 run off 18. Amy Gordon last week said that Megan Sturge did a great job of keeping her sort of in the moment and keeping her steady throughout her knock last week. So no doubt Sturge will be trying to do that with Sophie Senior today. Thatcher in to bowl the left armour, full, driven, straight to point, well fielded. Oh, overthrows potentially. No, well backed up there from the, the square leg fielder. Could have been unfortunate for the fielder at point there. And Thatcher beginning her run up again into bowl. That's a better length.
Yeah, I think Thatcher's been good thus far. There's not been much room for any of the batters to work with. Everything has been just about metronomic, I would say, in terms of execution and length. Slightly fuller
that time, and wide. Well, again, great work by the wicketkeeper there. Sophie Bennett's been made to stay on her toes so far, but so far so good anyway. Looking at sort of last game for Thatcher, 9 overs, 1 for 37, and it was quite a high run scoring game, you'd say. 200. Oh, sorry, forgive me. 265 for 8.
Very full there, and his first boundary. Cut away through point, slightly wider, and that is a 4 for Sturge.
I think that's what Megan Sturge did so well last week as well. She waited for the bad ball and really then took it on. I think if you look at all of her boundaries from last week, they were all loose deliveries, and I think she's sort of obviously in no rush to score off the good balls today so far. Thatcher into bowl again. That's much better. That's exactly where you want to be as a left arm seamer. Top of the stumps, in swinging, and a great comeback after the boundary ball. I do think despite the boundary, though, you'll be quite happy because the ball was aerial.
Yeah. I first thought, did it bounce or did it just...
It was straight up. Thatcher comes in again. Bowls. And again, right back on that line in length.
Now I think the last ball of the over now, is it?
Yes, certainly is. Thatcher into bowl. Overpitched again, hits Megan Sturge on the pad. No appeal there, and that's the end of the over.
8 for 1 after 5. I thought Sturge just looked confident thus far. relatively.
Yeah, and I think that's just the kind of player she is. I think she goes out there, takes every ball as it comes to her, instead of sort of letting the, potentially the scoreboard get to her. If she starts scoring slowly, I don't think she's the type to get fazed by that. And I think that's what Kent need at the moment, is just someone that can just bat, really. So yeah, if you are listening in and you fancy sending us an email, livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. Be great to hear from you, as Phillips is beginning her third over from the Nackleton Road end. Singer just worked it to mid-wicket there, no run.
Another shot that also hasn't been played, and I know I'm going on the same topic all the time, but you saw there the post shot. So she goes back, but then because of the position she gets into, the only option is, and you could say it was a decent length ball, but the only option is the block.
Yeah. Into bowl again from the Nackleton Road end. Cut this time. Well fielded at cover there. Sends the Kent batter back, and ooh, that was probably closer than Sophie Senior would have liked, but that's amazing work there in the covers from Lucy Weston. Definitely saved 2 runs there, I think. And now pressure is getting to Sophie Senior. She's only scored 1 off 20 deliveries. Will she start trying to force it a little bit more? We'll have to find out as Phillips comes in again, and no, she leaves it there. Shows what I know about cricket, doesn't it? It's a beautiful day down at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. If you are in the area, feel free to come along. Be lovely to see as many people here as possible. As Phillips begins her run up again and into bowl. And there, just worked again over to mid-on there.
Rolling the wrists a lot of the time.
It was just top of the stumps, really, that one. And, yeah, Senior keeps it out again. Bowls, that time hits Senior on the pad, going down. Sort of half an appeal then. I think that tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? Sort of, they weren't convinced, but it's always worth an appeal, isn't it? If you don't ask, you don't get.
From here, it's just, so as far as the batting is concerned, it's just looking like this, the one wrist movement. And especially when you've not got off to a great start, then so as you see the ball forward here. So if you've not got off to a great start, it's just the one wrist movement, as I've been saying, then it's going to be tough to get out of that because you're not getting the connection to get past the field, as we saw.
Yeah, and that's another maiden over for Phillips. So 3 overs, 2 maidens, and only the 1 run from it. That's as good as a start as you want from your opening bowler, isn't it?
8 for 1 in 6 overs now, I think, yes. I think 2 more for each of them, depending on.
To be honest, if I was the captain, I'd keep them on as long as they're only going at sort of 1.5 runs and over, as the scoreboard tells us.
Maybe 6 for 1 and cut the other one off at 5, who we think is playing better now. There's
over pitch, and that's a beautiful shot from Megan Sturge, and it races away to the boundary. Wasn't necessarily a bad ball. I think that was just a little bit over pitched, and she's made them pay there.
They talked about accessing the offside, and there's not much of a better way to do that than that.
And I think specifically when you're bowling from the pavilion end, you've got that shorter boundary on the offside towards the flats there. And I think if the ball's going to be there to be hit sort of in the slot outside off stump, you're going to hit it. So, and that's Fuller again, and driven straight to cover this time. Thatcher at the top of her mark, begins her run up again. And bowls it down the leg side, up in the air and gone! Caught at square leg. Soft. What a lovely catch that was, on the move. But yeah, as you say, that is very soft from Megan Sturge. She'll definitely want that one back.
She was batting well as well, and
yeah,
it's really a huge let-off for the opposition, that.
And I think that's sort of the definition of bowling to your field, really. It was full on the pads, and she just flicked it straight to square leg, who had to take maybe 3 or 4 steps to her left. and right in the breadbasket. So that's a fantastic start for Leicestershire, as Megan Sturge departs for 8. Caught by April Herafde at square leg there. And the new batter for Kent Women looks like Coco Streets. So the Kent vice-captain will walk to the crease now. Played 19 games in her Kent career, scored 203 runs at an average of 20. So I'm sure Kent at this point will take that 20 and bite your hand off for it. So if you're Leicestershire, I think it's just keeping this pressure up. If you get through the power play, less than 20 runs, I think you'll be as happy as you can be.
I think they'll be looking to get. I think they can get probably one more at least. The bowling has been a very good standard, and there is a possibility that if not both of them bowl 6, maybe one of them bowl 6 and the other one stays at 5 out to see how they go about it.
So here goes Thatcher again from the pavilion end into Coco Street's bowls. Sort of a late cut almost down to the vacant third man area for 4. That's as good as you want first ball, isn't it?
The outfield seems decently quick.
Yeah.
We've not seen many go past the infield, but when they have done, there's not been a chance for the fielders to retrieve the ball in time. So I think it should provide a reassurance. You've got a slow start, but there is value for shots there.
Certainly.
And we saw there, you know, that there's no slip. It wasn't as difficult to engineer, and it was well played.
So here comes Thatcher again into bowl. Full again, and Streets just pats that one back to the fielder at cover. And I think if you're Coco Streets there, the first ball you've played a nice sort of cut shot down for 4. I think sort of as happy as you can be when you've sort of struggled. You didn't bat last week and struggled in the first game of the season, so I think she'll definitely take that as Thatcher comes in. Full. Well fielded again at square leg. April Harafke's been very busy at square leg so far, but she's kept it all out, and that's all that matters. So that's the end of the 7th over. 16 for 2. Here's one for you. Phillips has bowled 3 overs and hasn't gone for a run off the bat. The one run she has done for was a wide.
Yep, she has bowled very well, without a doubt. Both of them have done.
So Sophie Singer gets ready to face the ball here. As Phillips comes in, bowls, and patted straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think she was slightly rehearsing the bat swing there as well, because when she was playing it, sort of the face closed at the last second. And again, it's tough to find remedies for these things when you are playing.
Yeah.
And this is be interesting to see how she can progress through this innings.
Bowls again, full of that time. So Singer made sort of more of a jab at that one to try and, instead of just pat it back, try and sort of force it there. But alas, straight to the cover fielder. And here comes Phillips again into bowls. Fuller this time. Straight to mid off for no run. Phillips again. Leg side this time.
Oh,
what a stunning
catch.
catch at square leg.
What a catch.
Wow. The ball flicked off Sophie Singer's pads, but the square leg fielder has just stuck her hand out and it's landed. That's as good as it gets.
Fantastic catch.
I don't know who that is, but the way she's done so far, that could be April Harafde again.
He has been the busiest fielder.
Certainly, and
so
if she's fielding like that, I can see why. That's an early candidate for catch of the season there, I think. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was caught by Laura Crofts at square leg. Apologies. I couldn't quite see who it was from up here.
16 for 3 now.
But that is as good as it gets from a fielding point of view. And if you're a bowler, seeing your fielders have your back like that, that's what you want to see.
Especially with what they've bowled.
Yeah.
I think it's deserved.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Phillips was she's deserved that wicket, it's fair to say.
Still hasn't gone for a run.
Still hasn't gone for a run off the bat, no. So the new batter for Kent women is young Genevieve Gier. Again, didn't bat last week. Sort of struggled again in the first game. I think it's fair to say everyone struggled in that first game. Averages 13.25 in List A cricket. High score of 46 though, so there's plenty there. She's some talent for her age, that's for sure. So Kent will be looking for a big innings from these two now, I think, or else if they lose another few quick wickets, it could be another repeat of the Middlesex game. Phillips in full and just patted back there from Gier. And I think if you're Kent now, you've still got 42 overs left. You don't want to lose another quick wickets when you still have so much time.
And sort of veered up from a length, it seemed, from here.
Mm.
And wicket maiden, another one. 3 maidens out of 4. And 16 for 3 in, 7 or 8 overs now?
I think that's 7 gone if my maths are right, but don't hold me to it. Oh no, I think that might be 8 gone.
Yeah, because it was 8 in 6. So then
yeah, 8 gone now. 16 for 3, who would have thought that? And the big thing for Leicestershire as well is that the 2 form batters from last week had gone in Megan Sturge and Amy Dorden, so...
I think Phillips could bowl a 6, because if you've got 4 and you've got 3 maidens, what better can you get than... And full toss, but played straight back. Because if you've got a start like that, you're clearly performing better than what you are going to do in another phase of the match. You may as well just bowl more.
I mean, if they keep going and the ball's still moving and there's still some aerial movement for both bowlers, I don't see why they won't keep going past 6. You may want to save them for the end, but if you can keep putting the pressure on and keep on top of Kent here, as Thatcher begins her run into bowl. Great length there, looked like an inside edge. Yeah.
The reason why I'm saying bowl more is because in a 50 over match, how many times is the match dictated by overs 40 to 50? Unlike in T20 cricket, where the death overs matters more. The first 40 overs is where you win the match.
Thatcher comes in again now. Bowls nice and straight that time and just sort of nudged into the leg side from Coco Streets. And yeah, I think the two opening bowlers here have used this new ball as well as you can, really. Plenty of movement from both of them. And they've just bowled a really good line and length. It's been very difficult to get away. Thatcher in again. Fuller this time driven just to the fielder. I think it's reassuring from Streets that she's getting, she is middling the ball, albeit to the fielder. I think she's looking quite comfortable so far. I know it's only 7. She's only 7 balls into her innings, but it's what Kent need at this stage. Into bowl again. Full toss this time and just push to mid-on this time.
Again, with a straight bat shot, that would have you could have tried to get it past that fielder, but because the bat turned in the hand at the last second, then you're not capitalizing on deliveries that probably should go to the boundary.
As Thatcher comes in again, bowls, full toss again, and driven again through the fielder, but it's just one. That's great work from the captain there to save it from one. Ellen Watson there at mid-off.
17 for 3 and 9. Now only one left in the power play.
Would you say Kent have missed out here, or do you think Leicestershire have been that good?
I think they could. The reason why I'm saying they could have got more, and it's not by boundaries. I've been saying this for a long time now, and it's just, if you keep playing everything to the square leg region, then there are other places where you can access. And we've seen the value for shots when you have got past the infield. And that's the reason why I feel, because the shot selection has been fairly repeated throughout, we haven't seen more runs that were possible to be accumulated.
So Phillips will continue from the Nackington Road end, bolt shorter that time, and that's the first.
Try to
Oh,
slog.
through the fielder. We've spoken about how good Leicestershire's fielding has been so far, and that's been the first sort of mistake, really. As Streets pulled that straight to mid-wicket, and it just sort of bounced through her arms. Do you think, if you're James Hockley and Lucy Arman on the 10th balcony, that you're happy that Coco Streets is sort of taking the short ball on and she's ready for whatever happens?
Well, it's the first attempt of the first slog that we have seen today. I think at some point you've got to get boundaries. They're a rebuild phase, and I feel there's a lot of time when people rebuild from a position where the match is lost. Pretend you're 5 wickets down early, and people say you rebuilt, but the objective is always to win the match. And if you just make it look as if it's respectable, then you're not really achieving what you want to achieve. So it's interesting to see how these two will go about this, keeping that in mind.
And as you say, it's as big of a rebuild as you can need at the moment from Kent. It's approaching the end of the power play, and you've only scored 18 runs and you've lost 3 wickets. I think they just need to bat time at this point, get 2 batters in, and then when the field spreads out, you'll be able to take more singles as Phillips comes into bowl again. Fuller this time, and driven by Jeer. Well fielded there by Watson at mid-off.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because, we've seen in the Champions Trophies, or at times when teams are a lot of wickets down early, they consolidate until about the 25th. Realistically, they can go aggressively after that, slightly aggressively after that, but then they take the extra 5 overs, and it jeopardizes the score they can get to. So
a half appeal there. I think the bowler liked that one more than anyone else. Pressure. Phillips comes in again. Bowls. Ooh. That looked like it went in quite late there and sort of hit Jeer almost.
it's an outstanding spell, if that would be the last ball of the spell.
And it's sort of a shame, really, that misfield sort of forced that 1 run, because she'd have been 5 overs without conceding a run off the bat otherwise, so...
Interesting to see when spin will come into the picture. I think it's Thatcher bowling another one.
Thatcher's going to stay on, yeah. I think as long as they're bowling as well as they are, you keep going. They've got plenty of bowling back in the locker. I think you trust. However, there's a lot of warming up going on here at mid-on.
Does that mean Phillips will be taken off? Because I thought 3.2 is no mean feat, but what I'm trying to say is, if comparatively, I think Phillips would benefit more from bowling more overs now.
And I think I as much as I don't want to just look at the stats, Phillips has bowled based off numbers a lot better than Thatcher. And it's not saying Thatcher's bowled badly at all. She's bowled incredibly well with this new ball. But I think there's a spinner warming up at mid-wicket as well. I think that's Danica Roth warming up. Ooh, try to work that through the leg side, but nothing there. What was I saying? Yeah, I think they might have 1 more each, and then we'll see a change of bowling at both ends, and like you said, 6 overs each. I just wonder if they'll still be effective without the new ball later on in the innings, but we'll find out.
Which is why I'm saying, don't take that risk and just bowl them for 7 or so.
Into bowl again, over pitch this time, driven, but very well fielded at cover by Francesca Sweet this time. So we were talking 2 overs in about whether it was the right decision to win the toss and bowl, and I think we've been proven very
Yeah,
wrong.
there's been some movement.
There's been a lot of movement. The pitch has been friendly. Oh,
Is it?
that's just beaten the outside
I
edge.
thought it was caught behind again.
I thought it might have been as well. Ow. That was a tempter, wasn't it? In the slot,
Yeah.
outside off stump. Street's eyes lit up almost, but alas, it was more of a chance than it was. Sorry, more of a chance for the fielders than the batters. As Thatcher comes in again, a better length that time and hits Streets on the pad. She looks like she missed out there. Kent men are back underway against Middlesex at Lords. We'll keep one eye on that game as well. As Thatcher comes in again. Bowls. Outside off stump. A massive inside edge. How has that missed the stumps?
With the direction the keeper went, I thought it was going to be caught again, but inside edge then. 19 for 3 after 10. I didn't expect that after the power play, but that's what we have been seeing.
That's a tremendous power play for the Leicestershire Foxes there. And
surely Phillips should bowl again.
Phillips is staying on, yeah.
Good.
So I wonder if those warm-ups were in vain or if they maybe next over. We'll see. We'll see. However, if they are coming off now, that's a superb 12 overs, well, 11 overs so far for the 2 openers. So here comes Phillips from the Nackington Road end into bowl. A lovely area, and Streets just sort of nudges it into the lead side. I think while they keep bowling that area, they're not gonna concede many runs at all.
And Thatcher's probably got more movement, it's looked like from here, but Phillips has just hit a length.
Yeah.
And I feel it's not been as extravagant, the movement, but I still feel it's worked for her, and we've seen how well it has worked.
That one Coco Streets reached for just a little bit. I think that, again, it's that sort of bowling that top of the stumps line and length and forcing the batters to try and make something happen, and if she keeps bowling it there, that may just pop up to the fielder next time, who knows. And Phillips in again. Bowls. Bit on the lead side there, but straight to the fielder. It's lovely to see quite a few people in the crowd today. We had a very nice crowd of over 400 last week, so it's good to see so many return this week as Phillips bowls and patted to cover. Leicestershire look like a well-oiled machine at the minute. Bowled field, back to the bowler, and they're ready to go again. No faffing around. The support
Continuing. I think it will be from here. That's what it looks like. Into no, it's not. It's a new bowler, Roth. Danica Roth is into her 4th year of county cricket. Plays for the Blaze Academy, and in fact she moved over from South Africa 4 years ago. She's a wrist spinner. Here's her first ball. Slightly short and hit out into the deep mid-wicket region for 1 run.
Yeah, I had wondered that if now that the power play is over, they would turn to spin, and it looks like they have. But that's a nice start from Jen J. Looks like she was ready to take the spin on straight away. And that's cut straight to point again.
Giving a bit more air.
And I think that's what you want to do when the pressure's on, is float it up a little bit more and sort of tell the batters, look, hit this, and we'll see how we go. Bringing the boundary fielders into the equation here. As Roth is in again. Oh, that's not.
Got away with that.
Just missed her line. But I think at the same time, it's quite well done from Coco Streets there, not to try and get tempted to hit that for 6 because there's 2 fielders, one at square leg, one at deep mid wicket. And if you try to pull that and miss hit it even the slightest, that is out. So, and Roth is in again. That's another full toss.
Is that a no ball? I just dipped, I think.
No, the umpire at square leg has just said that's dipped enough.
And as a bowler, this is a good situation you can be, not because of how you're bowling, but because of the match situation. It's mind games, as you said, because they've got the deep fielders out. If you want to hit a bad ball for 6, you've already lost 3 wickets and you think you'll get out again, then the bowler can get away with it. They can ease into their spell, and that's what we are seeing here. That's slightly short.
That's stupendous work at cover there to stop. She hit that very hard. I think that was Francesca's sweet at cover. But yeah, Street's blasted that, and she's done well to go down there to make sure that doesn't go through. As Roth is in again. Bowls, that's where you want to be. Much better line and length there from the spinner. And that's 3 off the over. So now if you're Kent, you think the spinners on the field spread a bit more. Do you then look to take singles as often as you can, or are you still...
that's what you have to do.
You still just batting as you've been batting, you know, taking the bad balls and things like that?
Well, if you say batting as they've been batting, then, well, that's not really an option, is it?
Yeah,
so
fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I think they'll look to just keep the strike moving. And that's a change of bowling at the Natlington Road end as well, I believe. I think that might be Holly Whitfield. Yes, it is Holly Whitfield. So, 2 new bowlers, so that means the openers have both got 4 left for when they may or may not come back on.
Another medium pacer, so at least the seams will be going on from one end. Played for Warwickshire for 10 years.
That's a good effort. She has list A best figures of 447 as well. So a return like that today will be much appreciated, I'm sure. And those list A figures came in the last match against Worcestershire, so she's in good form. We'll see how she takes this still relatively new ball from the Natlington Road end as she begins her run-up. Whoever's done our scouting report and said medium pace is wrong, that was a lot sharper than the openers.
Yeah. An effort ball, it looked like. I have to see if that's the norm, but certainly that one was an effort ball.
I do wonder now if Jen Jay's going to look to take on the pace. A bit more pace on the ball will mean if you sort of swipe hard at it, you can get away with it a bit more. So the ball's in again, shorter, and there is that swipe. And that's why there's a fielder down here on the boundary behind the keeper.
The third man is out now, so meaning in the power play that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
We saw one boundary where that area was used a wide for delivery, and now you could have taken that opportunity then when there are a few wide ones, and unfortunately now that boundary option seems reduced.
Whitfield short again, cut this time to the fielder. Yeah, and I think that's from where there's a bit more pace on the ball now. They've thought to stop that shot that Coco Streets did play, that sort of late cut, almost like a dab down to the boundary. They've put the fielder out there, so it's always just one instead of a potential boundary, which I think is very good captaincy.
Well, the fielders are, there's one fielder out on the square leg boundary. No, sorry, there's another third man. Everyone else is
and
in.
A wide ball. That looked quite harsh from where we are, but we're not exactly front on, so I can't comment too much. But Kent will take it. They'll take anything at this stage at 24 for 3. As Whitfield begins her run again into bowl. Fuller and just pushed into the leg side to that sweeper that you mentioned just now for just 1. Oh! Great throw there from the boundary. Went straight over the keeper's head from Danica Roth. I think her shoulders are a bit loose after her first over bowling. As Whitfield has ball in hand again. Bowls in nice and full that time and just patted back by Gia. I think Leicestershire are keeping the pressure on really nicely so far, and I think that's exactly what the first change bowlers had to do. They've been set up so well by the openers, I think, to stay as tight as they're being, as Whitfield bowls short, cut again, and straight down to that boundary sweeper down here. And another throw straight over the keeper's head.
That's the over, I think. Yep.
And that is the over.
26 for 3 and 14.
I don't think I've ever seen a List A game where the run rate after 14 overs has been 1.9.
Now 2 deep fielders on the same side of the ground, accounting for the bad ball in this case. And for this, when the seamers are bowling, then there's a more attacking thought process.
And if you're Gengier or Toto Streets here, will you look to potentially open up the offside? I know they've still got one sweeper out that way, but or even straight back down the ground. It's
Oh, that's no. Oh no, just dipped.
Again, but that's found the boundary.
Oh,
That's a superb shot by Gengier. It split the two fielders excellently, and what she did really well there was she kept it low. Didn't offer up a potential catch, but it found the gap, and that's a much welcomed 4 more for Kent women.
I think it went on the practice pitch. I think it's a longer boundary, that part, but went on the practice pitches.
Certainly longer out to the leg side as we're looking at it.
2 fielders not too far apart from each other. Yeah, it's bisected.
Well, I think one's at backwards square leg, one's at mid wicket. There's probably not it's not much in it at all, so that's a really good shot as Roth is in again. Full and outside the off stump this time, and well respected by Gengier.
Again, if you're talking about using feet to the seamers some while back. I mean, if she used her feet to that, then I reckon she could have been able to get more value for her shot. So I'll have to take this bowler on. That's
swept very nicely straight past the fine leg fielder for another 4. That's a lovely shot by Gengier. I think she's quite enjoying the spin.
And this is the bowler for them to go after, because they've not got much from the seamers. They've been bowling a nagging length, and after a while, you can do nothing but to respect that. And this is the case where they're getting some respite.
And Roth is at the top of her mark again. Into bowl. Bowls it. That's another full toss, but that time I think it was just a little bit straighter, so couldn't really risk pulling it over to the leg side, so just patted back to the bowler. And what I like about Gengier is that she hasn't overhit either of the 2 boundaries. She's placed them both.
From here, it first looks as if everything's going to be a no ball,
Yeah.
and then it just dips. Vicky is dragging the length back. No one's had a word as of now. I think they're just letting her do what she would do because of the match situation. See, that's better there.
Yes, very much so. That was sort of fizzed in a bit quicker there from Roth, and I think that you've got to keep that quicker ball in the locker, because that very nearly caught out Gengier. But that's a very good over from a Kent point of view, a much needed one at that as well.
How long do you think they'll wait with a spinner? Do you think 2 more overs? I'm saying if momentum isn't gained after that.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, because you'd think at this stage of the game, spin is what you want. Take the pace off the ball, and force the Kent batters to try and hit you for 4, hit you for 6, and score for some runs, because they're very much behind in the game. But I think if Giatit is able to find the boundary twice, and she can't do that off the seamers, then I think you may need to consider bringing Phillips back on. That'll be my choice anyway. And a no ball.
The first one
from Whitfield as the first ball of her second over. She oversteps, which means that will be a free hit for Gengier.
Much needed for this side. They've got some decent number of runs off the previous over. I think 8 off the previous over.
My favourite stat of the week was last week against Derbyshire. 0 runs were scored off 3 free hits. So let's see if that changes today as Whitfield bowls. Yes, it will change today. That's a beautiful shot by Gengier.
That's a very good shot.
Just about didn't carry. I think that's a 1 bounce 4. But she used her feet there very nicely as well. Got sort of almost to the pitch of the ball, and then just helped it on over mid on and mid off. I think that's a reassuring sign from the youngster. She's seeing it quite well so far. So if she can continue like this, Kent will be flying. Whitfield in again. and just patted back to cover, showing respect there. And Whitfield steadies again at the top of her mark, and she begins her run up into bowl. Short again. She's trying to guide on those short balls. She's just trying to guide it down to this fielder down at third man. I think
she was trying to access the gap between third man and point.
Yeah.
We've not seen many go there as far. Mostly we've only seen them go finer.
And it is quite a large gap, but you would also hope that the fielder on the boundary can sort of make up the ground. And she is doing quite a lot of warming up down here, so I wonder if there may be a bowling change on the horizon.
I think they may look to take the spinner off in that case.
It will be interesting to see. Annoyingly, they don't have a number on their back, so I don't know who it is down here at third man, but we will figure out as soon as we can and let you know. And Whitfield begins her run again. Into bowl. Short and cut very nicely, but the fielder does well at cover point. I think when the fielders have had chances, Leicestershire have been superb in the field.
Yep. Fielding's been very good thus far. I think there was a one misfield, the only run off the bat when Phillips was bowling, and apart from that, it's been very good.
Whitfield again. And again, she's sort of stepping back and just trying to almost guide that ball that's a little bit shorter. But that's the end of the over, and after the no ball and then the 4, I think Whitfield will be quite happy with how that finished out.
And we saw, and you said stepping back, because when we were talking about the opening combination, where at times when a delivery could have been there for the pull, you saw in this free hit how Jer hit that. I feel the stepping back, getting into that position meant that it was fairly one-dimensional, and especially with how the run rate was going, then they couldn't cash in on those deliveries that you could potentially get more runs on.
And I think I was correct. I think we will have a change of bowling here.
Crofts.
And it's Laura Crofts into bowl. Do you think that's the right decision after?
Well, it's another seamer, so I think if you apply pressure from both ends, I agree with this, because rather than letting things go on, you just go for the kill when you are on top in the match. So I agree with this decision.
Laura Crofts, Warwickshire women's stalwart, played there from 2007 to 2024. Had spells at Oxfordshire and Northamptonshire as well in various competitions, and also taken a bags of wickets and stored a load of runs.
I think 3 seasons in Melbourne and Victoria, in the Victorian Premier League. I think joined the Foxes for the 2025 season, so this season.
And the first ball is full outside off stump. And again, it's the fielding that's just saved another 2 runs, I think. They take the single, but that's superb work from the cover point fielder. Yeah, Crofts with 55 list day wickets at an average of 29. Best figures 4 for 5. So if she can chime in with another 2 wickets at 29, again, they'll be more than happy with how that's done. As she runs in from the pavilion and bowls short. Gia just drops back again. She is backing away from the ball quite a lot. Do you think she's doing that to try and open up the offside?
Open up the offside, but with the angle of the delivery going in, I think it's fairly impractical. You may as well just go. There's a big gap between the mid-wicket fielder and mid-on, so I'm surprised that that gap's only been accessed once thus far.
Yeah, Crofts made 17 runs in the second game, bowled 5 overs, 1 for 24. So you do wonder if she's just here to sort of plug a gap and sort of put, like you said, put that pressure back on that you may have lost from the spinner. And she starts her run up into bowls. Fuller that time, and the Yorker length and dug out by Jen Gier. She sort of has a knack of guiding everything to that point field, doesn't she? That was a Yorker that ended up at point. The short balls have ended up at point.
I wonder if they'll try hitting those Yorkers on the full by standing outside the crease. I think especially in the first 10 overs and the ball was moving around a lot. It doesn't I don't know from here how far they're standing out, but it's
Full toss, smacked straight back down the ground, and plugged
That's
slightly,
4.
but it will
Yep.
be for the, as you
Very
said
fast
earlier, the
outfield.
outfield is rapid.
A miss hit, but it had to be done at some point in
Yeah.
time, and shows the value for your shots. You know, I talked about mind games before. When you're thinking, can I take a risk, and then you cross that bridge, that's a victory for you. And how you can take that forward, or they'll have to take it forward, how they can take that forward will dictate this match for them.
Into bowl again, shorter this time, and that's a very good comeback there from the bowler. Just sort of dug it in a bit more into the body, and sort of they're really tough to get away. So happy days there from Crofts, who gets out of the over without any more damage done, as Kent moved to 45 for 3 from 17 overs.
In this case, if you're going for potentially a non-first choice bowler, then the spinner has bowled before. I feel you can be at a danger where, yes, 45 for 3, you're looking at the overs and you're thinking, right, we're on top. If you coast along and let them get to that 93 for 3 or so, then the worries may start creeping in. Pretend if you get a runner ball in the next 8 overs, and you never know if you get about at least 250 overall, then what can be done. So I'd rather a frontline bowler be brought on at some stage soon, where you can keep the part-timer or the non-frontline or the first choice one with the other.
Whitfield in again, and just sort of prodded to cover point by Coco Streets. And if you're Coco Streets now, do you look at it as, I'll just bat with Genjir, or maybe or is she looking at it as, oh, I should store a few more runs here as well?
But now losing a wicket, I don't think it will help. I think it's just, if you can rotate strike and let the other player get boundaries, then you're still doing something again.
And that's
4.
Very nice shot there.
It looked as if it went a bit uppish.
Yeah.
But it's gone through the gap. And this is where 10 off 30 before this, and in this situation you may think, why is the other player batting with me getting off to a more brisk start than I am? But if you remain clear and you calculate, as she did there, then you can get out of that. And so that's why I said losing a wicket doesn't help. If you use your shot selection to good effect, then that's what will happen.
Whitfield in again, driven. That's lovely shapes from Coco Streets, but it has just found the fielder. They're all just sitting on the edge of the circle. And I think that's what's been so tricky for Kent, because they can't really take a single to the fielder, but they can't get through the gaps either. As Whitfield comes in again. Bowls. Much better line and length there, and nothing Coco Streets can do about that one. Elsewhere, Kent men have found 2 quick wickets, getting the 2 set batsmen out early against Middlesex. Middlesex are 177 for 6. They lead by 48. Damage limitation for Kent men at the moment at Lords, while Kent women will look to sort of build on a small partnership they've got going on. As Whitfield begins her run into bowl. Ooh,
Oh,
an appeal and given.
no. It was fairly wafty, that.
Coco Streets doesn't look happy with that one, but it was an adamant appeal and it was given. She just went back and sort of lost all the shape, really, played with the bat away from her body and sort of forced a loose shot.
From here I couldn't tell whether it was disappointment at the decision or disappointment in the shot that she played. Either way, it was a fairly loose shot after scoring a boundary not long ago.
I suppose that's the one issue from where we are, is we can't really hear for any edges or any other noises, but the keeper and the third man fielder were convinced, and we have a change in the Kent batting order. Molly Davis, the new batter, the wicket keeper, has moved up and swapped with Grace Poole in the batting order. Molly was the sort of, you could argue, standout batter from the Middlesex game in the first game, and she kept unbelievably well last week, so she's on form, I suppose. But if you haven't batted in 2 weeks, how good a form can you be on? We'll find out momentarily.
Especially from here.
Yeah. And I think at 49 for 4, it's almost a similar position she came in at the Middlesex game, but they were 7 or 8 wickets down there. So she has got time on her hands, and with Genjir seeing the ball quite nicely, going 21 off 31. If you're ever going to score a few runs, today could be the day.
It will have to be the day.
I won't tell her you said that. Whitfield's bowled quite nice. I think she's been quite unlucky to have gone for 13 off the 3 overs, or 2.5, 2.5 overs so far. I think she's probably deserved the wicket as well, because there's always been 1 or 2 loose balls, but she's bowled very nicely otherwise.
Yeah.
So, Davis to face her first ball. In comes Whitfield. Bowls full and nudged into the leg side.
18 overs gone now.
18 overs
49
gone. You are listening to the Kent Cricket live stream sponsored by Cluberly, the first investment app to pledge 50% of fees to causes known by their users. Your choices drive their giving, making every investment with Cluberly a step towards supporting your community. And if you are listening in and you fancy emailing us, livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. We'd love to hear from you. It's great to see people watching.
I mentioned 93 for 3. Now, as a fielding side, if you take off your main 2 bowlers and then a partnership develops, you think, right, can I use my best resource at that point in time? And they've just been gifted a wicket there, meaning that they can use those resources.
Crofts in, cut away by Jir, but again, that fielding in the point area has been superb. And I think you don't want to go defensive 18 overs in, but if someone can just stick around and bat with Genjir and let her score the way she's scoring, Kent will still have a defendable total. As Crofts is in again, bit down the leg side, and that will be a wide.
It's a 50 up as well.
That is the 50 up after 18.1 overs. There is 5 people clapping. I don't think the Kent faithful are best pleased at the moment, but a partnership now could change their opinions straight away. As Crofts begins her run up again. And into bowl she goes. Fuller, inside edged from Jir. Yeah, probably a smart choice not to take the single there. I don't think you want to take any risks at this stage.
An offside field now, I think. And the thing is, you saw on the power play a lot of the shots looking to go on the leg side. I mean, if there's a time to do that, I think now would be the case when other fielders are on the offside.
As Crofts bowls. Cut away. Oh, that's nearly carried to point. I think Genjir is quite lucky there. That was probably only half a yard away from being a catching opportunity. But she survives. Bit edgy there, I think. I don't think she middled that at all. As Kent men have found another wicket. Zafar Gohar gone for 1. That's exactly the start the men needed this morning. And Crofts is in again. Bowls. Straighter, that's...
Outside the line, maybe.
It looked quite good from up here, though.
Yeah, it looked okay. Again, from here, it's probably not as easy to tell, but unless it's very obvious. But I think that could be a reason outside the line, maybe height from here.
And Crofts in again. Bowls. Cut nicely. That's a lovely
that's
shot.
The gap that...
Yeah, that's the gap you mentioned earlier. Third. The fielder at third does well, and they come back for 2. Yeah, there's that gap that you mentioned, and Genjir found that perfectly.
And a lot of deliveries have been there to play that, rather than just looking to... And I think they were looking to do that. It depends on how you do it, but I just feel just tapping the ball slightly, looking for it to do its work, I don't think was... It was what was happening was before. I don't think it was practical, and you saw an option there, which could result in that happening more.
Bowls again down the leg side, and that's another wide.
I think it buys as well.
Yeah, it will be an extra one. Third of May. Crofts into bowl again. And patted back from Davis. She's just trying to get her eye in at this point. And that's the end of the over. Let's have a quick look around the grounds in the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2. Yorkshire 123 for 3 against Derbyshire. Glamorgan 83 for 2 against Gloucestershire. In the Battle of the Bridge, as they like to call it, but I don't like that at all. Steelbacks Women 65 for 3 against Middlesex Women. And Sussex Sharks Women 75 without loss after 18 against Worcestershire Rapids Women. So, Yorkshire scoring quite freely there. Boosted obviously by Long Midfield Hill and Stera Callis being available. They'll look to continue their form as Kent will look to do the same as Whitfield begins her run. Bowls. Oh, and Jeer's eyes lit up then. I think that's the first sort of over-pitch delivery from Whitfield.
It was there for the drive as well, but it was a bit of a swipe.
Yeah.
I think probably if it was accessed with more of a straight bat, the chances would have been there. But a lot of the drives today have gone straight to the fielder, so I don't think that would be a guarantee that it would have gone past.
Whitfield in again, Bowles left alone. I think that's probably smart from Genji. She just played and missed at quite a big drive. I think just sort of gain your focus back, leave the ones that aren't there to be hit, and take the chances when they no doubt come. Whitfield again, Bowles straighter this time. Off the pad.
She's probably bought the quickest out of the seamers thus far.
Yes, definitely. And she went for the cut there.
It was there to hit. I felt if she had stood more upright, she would have been able to access that gap.
Yeah, I think she tried too hard to hit that then. I think. Also, I mean, even if she just guides it down to third, it's an easy single and you're rotating the stroke. And driven straight to cover. Here's a fun fact for you. Molly Davis at the non-strikers and coached Genevieve Gier in age groups. And now they're batting together for Kent Women's first team in the Metrobank One Day Cup. How's that for a little start?
Yes, it is remarkable.
I'm sure that's quite nice for both of them. And if they put on a load of runs here, that would be awesome. As Whitfield bowls. And just blocked back, but we have a no ball. So, Jen Gier will have another free hit. Where do you reckon this one's going to go? We'll take predictions. I reckon right back where the first one went.
Mid-wicket, I reckon.
I reckon through mid-wicket. Obviously, this is a free hit. We're not just saying she's going to try and whack the ball for 6 for no reason. I do wonder, though, if she's going to try and use the offside, because that's all she's tried to do this over so far.
Hasn't been working. Maybe she'll be looking to go more aerial since we can't get out this delivery.
And Whitfield begins her running on this free hit. Genji is her feet and hoits it to mid-wicket, as you said. 3 bounces and over the rope.
I thought it'd be a bit more straighter, but yeah, it was a fuller delivery than the previous free hit.
It was a bit of a hoik, wasn't it? But that is the end of the 20th over. Kent Women 59 for 4, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Jay Steadman.
Thanks, Nick, and morning, Ardash.
Hello, goodbye.
Watson's decision to field first, which I know you guys were not too sure about, seems to have paid off so far, taking both the openers and Megan Sturge at 3 out cheaply.
There's been some movement early on. I thought they bowled very well, and then now it's a case where, apart from the free hits, we're seeing a distinct, and we see it a lot, it's a distinct sort of change in intention. You've got the bravery to go aerial, and especially when, as we see the other delivery mode here, when they've tried to go through the offside, it's all been along the ground thus far, and a lot of time the ball has gone to the fielders. So the moment that free hit liberated the batting players, we've seen now capitalizing on 2 free hits, and they need a lot more than that because we're getting towards the halfway stage now, and as we see, that's a very wide delivery there, another waft at that. They haven't got anywhere close to the impetus that they would have liked. So interested to see how the set batter progresses from it.
Oh, absolutely. And a real difference from those free hits for no runs off last week's game. And Croft runs into bowl to Davis. And blocks again.
I mean, I think Jer is the wicket now. If they get Jer, I think you may as well bring the lead bowlers back on and look to finish it off.
Oh, absolutely. She definitely has sort of changed the tone of things. And building on the platform that Streets had started with at 14 after that slightly tricky period at the start of the day.
Well, you could say they're still in a...
Oh, absolutely. But with Phillips and Thatcher coming off, it's definitely been not quite as under pressure as they were for those first.
I think they're just
12 overs.
managing. I think they're looking for economy as of now, relying on the run rate pressure, the expectation.
As again, well fielded by Leicestershire. And Molly Davis still not off the mark yet. With 2 balls left of the over. And Croft runs into bowl.
Very full.
For the delivery. Obviously, Leicestershire women will be really hoping this is a sort of change in form after those 2 losses in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, Tier 2 over the last 2 weeks. Kent women really hoping to capitalise on that win at home last week.
That's a wide, yeah.
That's a white.
It's a buys as well, so the batting team wouldn't mind that.
And with the batters taking a single there, that will leave Gier on strike. Croft runs into bowl.
Wobbled that, I think. Anyway, 62 for 4 after 21. That was now the run rate is just less than 3 and over. We've got 4 overs till the halfway stage. Before I was thinking 125, you didn't lose a wicket. You've not got the first choice bowlers bowling, but that wicket has slowed things down. I'm sure they won't get to 100 from here. I think in the last 25, if you establish a partnership, you can score. If you can think 140, it may be ambitious, then you'd have to think. I think they need at least about 220, 230 or so to have any chance. But they did bowl the opposition out cheaply in the previous match, and they chased it down Kent 190 for 1. So
yeah, and Leicestershire bowled out very cheaply in their first game against the Steelbacks for 79 in 32 overs. And then again, another free hit from Whitfield, Davis on strike. Whitfield runs into bowl for a free hit.
Oh, it's bowled. Is it out or because
No, that was a free hit.
Oh, okay.
Not quite the spectacular forms we've seen from Gia with her free hits so far.
Davis still not off the mark yet. Again, I was talking about this with Jack, or Nick rather, where I feel the driving hasn't been done with the straight bat. Because the bat face has turned, it meant that we've seen the output through that region hasn't been great. Yet that's what's been tried a lot of the time.
Whitfield into bowl again.
Again, there, if she cut it that committedly, then she could probably got the ball through the gap between the third man and point fielders. The problem is now it's not going where she wants it to. She's not getting the correct connection, and they'll have to find some way for a release. Because if you're not getting releases off arguably the second choice bowlers, then you say they're another dot ball, then it's going to become difficult, even as you assess things after the halfway. As I said, 140. If you build a partnership, the opposition pretend they tire because of the momentum. 140, I feel, can be realistic. It could have been realistic if it had been 3 down.
Yeah.
And now, if they dig themselves into too much of a hole now, then I have to see how things progress from there.
We were much fuller ball from Whitfield there, and again another dot ball. This is much more similar to that first spell of bowling we saw at the beginning of the day, where Kent really struggled to score. Started to come into a little bit more, and now started to slow down a little bit more again. We're feeling to bowl at the end of the
Because
over.
I think the correct change was made. Sorry, I think the correct change was made because the spinner bowled. She went for 12 and 2.
Yeah.
Wasn't landing the delivery correctly, and now that you've got, I think Whitfield has been bowling for quite some time. She's been bowling the quickest out of the seamers. They've kept her on, and Crofts has been doing her job. So I thought it was correct to bring on a seamer, considering what we have seen the bowlers moving around. So
yeah,
I
the seamers have definitely been their most effective weapon so far. And that's definitely been the case over Leicestershire's last match as well, with Whitfield taking a 4 for Phillips 2, Thatcher and Crofts 1 apiece.
Oh, is it out?
Yeah, that's Gia out on 27.
I think because it looked as if she played back to that. It was a full delivery. Seamed in slightly. It's 27, probably looked their best batter on the day, 5 boundaries. Thought looked assured. And that is a huge wicket in the context of this match.
Yeah, the Foxes will be very happy with that.
And again, I say the wickets are falling to sort of in a supplementary phase where you're looking to just maintain that run rate pressure and looking for things to happen by themselves, and they are happening by themselves. So it's just everything is playing in the hands of the bowling side. I mean, at the start there was a conversation, and I'd still stand by that when the captain won the toss and chose to bowl first, I was a bit confused with that. I thought it was an interesting decision, but it's paid off more than what I realistically thought it could do. I think they could have expected better than this. And
Leicester obviously really hoping that their batters will stand up to Kent's bowling attack and see this through. They scored 200 odd earlier last weekend, 202 in their unsuccessful chasing against Worcestershire. They'll hope they'll have more of that sort of form than.
At this rate, it's looking like 202 will be enough.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And now Grace Poole comes into bat, who will have the strike with Crofts for the second ball of the over. Crofts into bowl. Short delivery taken by the keeper for a dot ball.
I think it's wide.
Wide.
Yeah.
Sun is definitely shining down at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence in Canterbury today.
I thought it'd be warmer than it has been. It's not been as bad in here. Play and a miss there. And I put a question to you.
Yeah.
Which are the remaining players to follow? You've got the two batting now. Who do you think is going to take the responsibility from here? Because arguably the more assured players had been dismissed earlier on than that, sometimes much earlier on, and we've now seen Jerd be dismissed. Who do you think that player is going to be?
Well, I think Davies was very important in that loss against Middlesex when Kent tried to recover. Obviously, that was unsuccessfully, but got off the mark there, held on as a few other wickets fell. So I think if Davies puts in a similar performance today, I think that's definitely what they'll be looking for, to dig in a bit.
Uppish, but it's to the third man fielder for one.
Which gets Paul off the mark there, bringing Davies back onto the strike. 2 balls left of the over. As Crofts comes into bowl. Taking a single as Davies off the mark.
That was a shot that in the first 10 overs was going to the fielder, and it was yielding no run. In this case, it just takes a bit of placement. The moment there's an opportunity there, just went between those two. He took a run. It would have helped them in the first 10. Unfortunately, they couldn't find that placement.
Ball back on strike. Crofts into bowl. That will be another dot ball.
Should be the over as well. 66 for 5 in 23.
Well, it was 66 runs that Kent women were bowled out for against Middlesex 2 weeks ago. So they'll be happy to have passed that total. And obviously we want to put on as many more as they can as we come into close to the halfway point of the match. Of the innings, rather.
I wonder if there'll be a bowling change now, because Whitfield has bowled 5. She's been bowling a lot of effort deliveries, meaning it's a relatively warm day. Yeah, there is a bowling change.
And that'll be Sweet coming on to bowl. And that'll be from the Nackington Road end.
Francesca Sweet played age group cricket from under 11s to under 18s for Sussex, moved to Berkshire for 1 season. This is her first season at Leicestershire, and plays for the performance squad at Loughborough University. Dot ball for the first delivery.
Sweet into bowl again.
Another run.
Batter to take a single there.
The length has been shorter for the first 2, so sort of just riding the bounce a bit.
Ball on strike. Sweet comes into bowl from the Nackington Road end.
Should be flicked away for 4.
And fielder gets
seems
to
like
it.
good fielding there, yep. Went over the boundary at the end, but I think the ball was in play. Depends on whether the body was in contact with the boundary rope. Looks like it's okay, so that's very good work there, especially on a fast outfield like this one.
I think very, very good fielding from Leicestershire so far. Obviously, they've taken a couple of very good catches. And with that fielding there, limiting what was very nearly a 4 to a single. And Davis back on strike.
gets through. Should be a couple of runs.
Yeah, they'll take 2 there. And Davis just blocks that ball to end the over.
1 over till the halfway stage. It's 70 for 5 after 24. I think Crofts will probably be going on for 1 more. Depends how many seamers they are turning to bowl. Maybe bringing back the strike bowlers now.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a return from Thatcher and Phillips before long.
And if you are looking to do that, if you keep Sweet going for one end because you just started bowling now,
absolutely.
then you can just alternate with a strike bowler at the other end. Ah, that's a... Okay, I thought it went for 4. No, it didn't.
And that will be a dot ball to start the over. Crofts runs into bowl.
Should be wide. Yes, it is.
Another wide. We have a good good crowd at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence today. Dotted around in the sunshine.
Wide again. Yep. Tried to capitalize on that, but went down the leg side. Tried to go for the sweep shot there, and at some point they'll have to take these risks. And I mentioned this before. There's respectability on paper, and then there's respectability in actuality. And if you get to, even if another case is a 220, or in this case it'd be a lot of a big improvement from where they are now, but I feel they've got to get to a total that they can look to defend. Any total would do from here, but I just feel that if you keep sort of prodding along for a long while after this, yes, you've lost 5 wickets, then it sort of defeats the purpose of looking to win the match. So I hope that they get that balance right.
And that will be a 3rd wide there from Crofts. Moving to 2 balls left of the over. Running into bowl from the pavilion end. Driven down the ground, but stopped by a fielder. So Ardash, you think now's the time for Kent to start taking some risks?
Yes, it is. I'm not saying they should swing at everything, but I talked about placement. If value for shots was improved, I don't think we would have seen them be at this position. Maybe 1 or 2 wickets less, and definitely more runs than what they've got. They would have at least been at 100 by now. The worst case scenario, if the value for shots had increased. Now you have to. You think if I lose a wicket, then it would be further in a bad position for my side now. So you're in a catch-22. And I mentioned mind games previously. Those mind games had worked. They put the 2 fielders out for the spinner, and when those runs were got, then wickets fell around those overs, and now you can effectively just bowl the same length knowing that you're playing a game that you are dictating. Wide again. It's just 4 wides now in this over.
Yeah, very tricky period from Kent really, and a tricky balance to strike, as you're saying, between taking those risks and not taking silly risks and losing.
I think it'll
Couple
probably
more
be the
wickets.
last tour for Crofts. Sorry, I think it'll be the last tour for Crofts. Maybe it's a symptom of tiring. 4 wides in an over. Going around the wicket now, interestingly. Oh, it's out. I'm very surprised about that shot, if I'm being honest with you. The delivery on a length, the heave across the line, and it was bound to happen because at some point you have to take those risks, but I thought there was a better option there. I didn't expect delivery from round the wicket to get a wicket. That's a compromise for a wide.
Yeah.
So last ball of the 25th over, a wicket. Kent women 74 for 6. Leicestershire have dictated the play thus far.
And Paul walks back to the pavilion for 2.
I think we'll be taking drinks now. That's what it looks like. This Kent Cricket live stream is sponsored by Cluberly. New to investing? No problem. Cluberly offers access to expertly curated portfolios from renowned regulated managers. Start your investment journey with as little as £1 and choose a portfolio that aligns with your preferences.
And here we have number 95, Olivia Barnes, joining Davis in the middle as we take drinks. Do you think, Ardash, this is best case scenario at drinks for Leicestershire?
Yeah, I don't think it could have been better than this. I thought they'd struggled during the middle overs during a relatively warm day, since they did choose to bowl. And the pressure applied by the seamers early on is the one that has really got them this advantage. I thought it was deserved. The power play bowling was very good. I think all the seamers have bowled decently.
Oh, definitely. It's a quick turnaround time for Kent women. Leicestershire women have a bye in the first round of the T20 Vitality Women's County Cup, but Kent women will be back in action on Monday up at Radlett against Middlesex. Middlesex, who obviously they faced recently in their first Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 2 game, to which not quite as slightly more aggressively bowled out for 66 than we've seen here today. So back up to Radlett, they'll definitely want to be avenging that loss, but this won't have been the boost they'll want going back up to Radlett.
And especially losing a wicket in the last ball before the drinks break already, you're behind in the game. I think this would have been quite... It would have been fairly draining to lose that. I feel that the match isn't going too well for you. You're getting bogged down, and that's not what they would have wanted. And again, I'll say I'm surprised that delivery got a wicket, because it was done as a compromise for bowling wides. And I won't be surprised if Crofts doesn't bowl another ball. Sort of a spell gets cut after this.
Yeah.
And that last delivery's got a wicket, which is a bonus.
Well, even before that, that over where we saw quite a few wides, you were saying you think it was time for Crofts to come off, bring either Thatcher or Phillips back?
I thought she could have bowled one more.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether they will make that change. But surely 74 for 6, well, what else are you waiting for? Because if your best bowlers can dismiss the best batters, then surely they can dismiss sort of the lower orders.
Yeah. The Sweet runs into bowl. Davis will pat that way for no run. And again, a dot ball from Sweet. Elsewhere, for Kent, the wickets have started to flow at Middlesex, with Kent taking 4 wickets in the first session to make it 220 for 8, which will be definitely the breakthrough that the Kent men were looking for this morning. Wide delivery, well stopped there by the keeper.
I think Sweet has been bowling that short. Probably has bowled the shortest lengths on average compared to all the seamers. And I don't understand that plan, because I don't feel there is a need to. You may as well, if you just bowl again, similar to that, if you just bowl there, then I feel the opposition are at a stage where when you've not got momentum throughout the innings, you're also afraid to take those risks, even though for practical purposes you have to. So I don't think there's a need for experimentation here. I think bowling fuller would be a better option.
And another dot ball was moved through the over.
And the overs are just taking away. I mean, if this keeps on going, yes, you're 6 wickets down, but you won't get a respectable score, meaning you lose anyway. Again, that she stepped back, and I thought she was going to access that gap between the third man and point fielders, but surprisingly, the ball has gone further in front.
Here for the final ball of the over. Sweet runs in.
After 26, 75 for 6. Now, will Crofts bowl another? I don't think so. It looks like there'll be a new bowler.
We start to see that run rate tick up, especially while Gia was at the crease, up to just around 3 and over. Start to tick down a little bit now.
Yeah, it is Phillips again. Correct decision. Now this is where you look to dismiss a side sub 100.
Yeah.
Now why would you let them go on?
Yeah, and Phillips, who'll be bowling from the pavilion end, and obviously looking to add to that 1 wicket she's picked up already. 4 maidens. Only conceding 2 runs so far. Phillips, oh. And now Phillips comes into bowl.
Bowled very well in the first 6 overs. Only 1 run off the bat, and I thought she could have bowled a few more, because we saw that phase when the spinner was brought on, and then I thought the quickest scoring phase of play was that just after the power play. I thought Phillips could have continued. Oh, what a shot.
Yep. A lovely fall there from Barnes.
And that was the first time where someone's looked to loft when going through the offside. A lot of the time, it's just been along the ground and it's been half-hearted, or the connection hasn't been correct, and they've not got the value. In this case, I didn't expect it considering what's happened today, but it was a half volley and a very good shot. It's got a case to be the shot of the day, that thus far.
followed up for a block for a dot ball. It's the first time the batters have really taken anything off Phillips so far.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I think if you're comparing the movement and that she and the other opening bowler got, the left armer moved the ball more. Phillips just stuck with that length. She missed her length on that occasion, so the boundary was hit. But I thought she played her part in creating this advantage, and I think they've reached a probably unassailable stage where they are completely dictating terms. I've been dictating them for a while, but especially 79 for 6, I think they would feel that this match is wrapped up. See what happens from here, but I think respectability in terms of this first innings total looks a stiff challenge.
Yeah, I think the only thing really, it comes down to those Leicestershire batters. You know, they really struggled against the Steelbacks a couple of weeks back. They did a little bit better against Worcestershire. And so really Kent are going to be relying on that bowling attack to not let them chase down what is not going to be a particularly high target.
With a bowled again, 79 for 6 after 27. And despite that boundary, a carrying rate of less than 1 and over for Phillips, 1 for 6 in 7 with 4 maidens, carrying rate of 0.9.
Dash, is this your first time down at Canterbury?
Yeah, it is.
What do you make of the ground?
Looks, I think it's a fairly concealed ground. When I was going in from sort of the Sainsbury's side, I saw the gate, but then it didn't. It's tough to pick out that there is a ground here, but you go around and then it becomes obvious with the floodlights. So it looks a good ground. I've been to the Cloud County ground in Chelmsford. Apart from that, I haven't gone sort of outside London. It's mostly I've watched a match at Lord's and have been to the Oval, but apart from that, I've not. Definitely, I've only been into the commentary box. The commentary box once. That's pulled away there.
Yep, pulled away for 4 from Davis.
Much needed. Slightly short. Crouched a bit and pulled that ball for 4 through the square leg region. In fact, I got to go into the commentary box at the Kia Oval.
Oh, lovely.
I recently just finished an internship at the ECB, where that was my first day. As you've seen.
Sweet runs into bowl.
Should be wide.
That'll be a wide.
Yeah, so I just completed an internship with the ECB where I was affiliated with Middlesex at times. I got to go to the matches that they went to. I helped out at the indoor centre. So the first day of that was going from Lord's to the Oval, and that's where I got to.
Sweet into bowl.
Was there to be hit, no foot movement, and that's why, fortunately, the value of that shot has not been yielded.
We've definitely been blessed by the weather for your first visit down at Canterbury. Really nice day today.
I was told it would get quite hot in the commentary box. Luckily, that hasn't been the case. So I feel it's been a pleasant watch thus far. Albeit the home team, it's not been pleasant sailing from them.
That'll be another dot ball. With 2 balls left of the over.
Again, if you got the foot movement, the gap could have been accessed. But there are 2 deliveries in this over which could have gone for at least one of them could have gone for 4, and yet that hasn't been the case. You need as many, at least 8 run overs as you can from here, and with the deliveries that 1 or 2 boundary balls every over, then you could get that. But unfortunately, we haven't seen them being put away.
Well, it's been few and far between, but we have seen some really nice,
somehow,
really nice. Oh, and it goes out to the boundary. Will it make it?
2.
Not quite.
You were saying?
Yeah, it's been few and far between, but we've seen some lovely shots, boundaries from Kent. One there from Davis, one from Barnes, several from Gier. And really some more of that would make a big difference.
Because the outfield's been fast.
Oh, very fast.
And this is why it's quite puzzling to see that, I don't think that's been trusted more. There's been very few attempts here. I spoke about the offside. No one tried to go over the fielders. It was only along the ground. And if you went along the ground, I talked about the shot being played through the long boundary of the spinner. And the two fielders were standing fairly close to each other. The ball bisected them and went for 4. So you had things to work in your favour. And unfortunately, yes, the bowling's been good, but that lack of momentum has forced them to try other things. I've played and missed there.
Yeah, that's Barnes on strike against Phillips. Number 84, Phillips, running into bowl.
Leading edge or just over the bowler?
Yeah, over the bowler's head there. And blocked by Barnes as we move for the 28th over. Phillips into bowl.
At a very minimum, I think they should look to get to 130 in 40 overs and then get 40 runs off the last 10. If you get to 180, then from where you were, at least you've got something to bowl at. But I don't think you can afford to get less than that.
Every run is going to be important here.
Oh, it's out.
It's out.
And trying to work the ball to the leg side, we've seen that happen quite a lot. And that's yielded a dismissal. In this case, Barnes dismissed. And I think she played that cover drive, that lofted cover drive, arguably the shot of the innings thus far. And scored after that, though, and has been dismissed for 4. Things getting from bad to worse for Kent, 86 for 7.
Elsewhere, Leicestershire also in the field, and the Leicestershire men's game. And a slightly similar scoreline with Northants on 72 for 1 in day 2 of the County Championship game.
The next batter in is Bilal.
Scores on doors elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup Women's League 2. Yorkshire women are 206 for 5 off 31 overs against Derbyshire Falcons. Glamorgan women 164 for 3 against Gloucestershire women. Steelbacks are 87 for 7 against Middlesex. And Sussex Sharks are 119 for 1 against the Worcestershire Rapids. And that's Zina Bilal interface Phillips.
That's the end of the over. 29 done, 87 for 7. The run rate is 3 and over.
Zina Bilal now at the crease. As we change the over, she'll stay on strike, having taken a single. previously we'd seen Davis in a partnership with Genevieve Gier, who she coached as a youth. Zina Bilal the same. So Davis knowing both of these well while sharing time with them at the crease.
Would you be tempted to... Now, this is interesting. I don't know about this. They've brought on the spinner again. And you only got 3 wickets to go. I would have thought that you would have brought back the left-arm seamer we saw at the start. And I don't quite understand this decision. We'll have to see what they're trying, what kind of lengths will be bowled. Because there are 2 fielders out on the boundary again at the same side. So if you're going to be bowling these attacking lengths, searching for a wicket, you may as well done that with the seamers bowling consistently, I thought. So it's intriguing, but let's see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, and that was Roth, the spinner, in for a second spell of the day, with Bilal taking a single to move Davis back onto strike.
Again, there, I think trying to buy a wicket, trying to really bowl those flighted deliveries. And I think in a situation when you're 88 for 7, I don't think you need to buy a wicket because they've been just putting sustained pressure. So don't understand the thought process, but again, if they get a wicket from this, then yeah, or lead.
Would you have brought Thatcher back on then after a opening spell?
Yeah, of course. I think that both the opening bowlers should be bowling now.
And Davis there back to the bowler for a dot ball. Roth into bowl.
That should be the over. So that is the end of the 30th. You'll now be hearing from Nick.
Good shift. Hello, it's
Morning,
good to
Nick.
be back. Morning, it's afternoon, mate. Did it right. Well, all changed since I was last here.
Absolutely.
I think now all the pressure lies on Molly Davis. You could argue the set batter, but only scoring at 27. And if you're Kent women, it's a lot of pressure now as we're going to see a new bowler from the pavilion, and April Harafde is coming on.
After some really very tight fielding earlier in the day from Harafde.
Yeah, she was on fire at square leg for a solid 3 or 4 over spell. Everything was either going to her, and she was rewarded with that catch she took, and it looks like a bit of a leg spin. So I think I quite like the idea of the spinners putting pressure back on the batter, saying you're not going to score runs easily because you've got to put all your pace on the ball. You're not going to use any pace on the ball that we're going to give you. So we need to see how Kent approach this, whether they'll sort of try and attack or whether they'll just wait for the bad ball as the first ball is in, and a wide is given eventually. A bit of a wait there from the umpire.
You had to think about that one.
He did. So Jay,
You don't agree on the with Ardash about the sort of that we should be quite seam focused right now then?
no, I quite like. I think this puts pressure on, and because with seamers you can get some free runs out of it. If you edge it past the wicketkeeper, it could, it's an easy single. If not, it could be more. I think forcing the batters to have to attack the bowling and put pressure on is not the worst. See, look, she just looks uncomfortable so far. I know Zina's not been in long, but it's that pressure. Like I said, it's building now. You've only got 20 overs left. The old adage is, in a 50 over game, you double your score after 30. As Harafde is into bowl again, full toss this time, swept straight to the fielder. You'll say she missed out there, won't you?
Yeah.
So Jay, the day job is sales at Kent Cricket?
Yes, yeah. So I'm normally across. I've come in to do a bit of commentary today, but I'd normally be across working to get the crowds in for a number of fixtures across the summer at Kent Cricket, including both England women against West Indies in the T20 and England Lions against India A in a 4-day test match warm-up, both of those in May. And as we move through the fixture list with Kent men and Kent women at home at the Spitfire Ground and at the County Ground in Beckenham throughout the summer.
Yeah, as you say that, a couple of wides here. I think first over loosening up as always. And I don't know, we'll just wait for this ball as Rothesay into her action. Bowls, better length, and did that carry? It was certainly close. The short mid-wicket fielder was certainly in the game there. She did well to stop it in the end, but it wasn't far off a catching opportunity. As Rothesay is in again. Much better line and length there. Cut very nicely through the field. That's a lovely shot from Zina Bilal, who picks up her first boundary of the afternoon. That's as good as it gets, really. Sat back and waited for it and played it right under her nose.
Oh, absolutely. And Kent will want to pick as many of those up as they can as we move into the later stages of their innings.
Yeah, so it's not paid off so far, but I still back to the spinners. And it'd be interesting to know if the pitch is turning at all, because as that's just patted back to the fielder at cover, because Kent do have a plethora of spinners at their...
Well, if it is starting to get a bit of turn, then that decision to put Kent into bat may not have been the decision that works out for Leicestershire. Kent are really going to want to see their spinners break through and bowl them out cheaply this afternoon.
And they're almost reliant on them, I think. Middlesex 238 all out over at Lords. I think that's a very good comeback from Kent men. So Jay, talk to me about these two international fixtures we've got coming up. The tickets are selling fast, aren't they, if I'm not mistaken?
Tickets are selling incredibly fast. The upper level of the Frank Woolley is sold out for the IT20 England women's against West Indies women's. And tickets selling fast generally across all areas for that fixture, which we've had announced and been on sale for quite a while now. Announced a little bit sooner was our England Lions against India A fixture, starting on the 30th of May. That's selling quickly. There's definitely
that swept through to deep mid-wicket from Davis.
We had quite a sizable crowd here the last time England Lions came to visit, playing against South Africa in a Test match warm-up. And we saw some very strong performances from Harry Brook, Ben Duckett, who are now obviously very regular fixtures in that England setup.
You'll see the future of England cricket as Roth is into bowling and short and wide, cut to the cover point fielder, who's been also very good in that region today.
The fielding's been good all round, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, certainly. So a packed out Canterbury for the England women then?
Oh, absolutely. We had a sold-out crowd for the last time England visited here last summer for an IT20 against New Zealand, we won't be far out from that where we are now, let alone the next couple of weeks. So if people are interested in attending that fixture, you can find all the information at tickets.kentcricket. And I'd really say if that's something you want to get down to, I'll get your tickets sooner rather than later.
And that's short and wide, straight to the fielder again. And there's been a lot of straight to the fielders today, hasn't there?
There has.
So Jay, if people want group tickets, what do they do?
Well, group tickets is, I'd say reach out to us by email, either through our website or through our email address, and get in contact. The bigger the group, the bigger the savings. So, if you are planning to come down here, whether that's if you're a cricket club and you want to get down, school groups, or just groups of mates, do get in contact. We'd love to see you here. Those T20 nights are a great chance to have a socialise under the lights, with free Friday nights, free Sunday afternoons and a Wednesday evening, as well as our Metro Bank One Day Cup fixtures in the men's, which feels quite a long way off, although August will come around before we know it. County Championship fixtures for the Kent men's and Kent women's fixtures throughout the summer. We saw an incredibly good turnout for last week's game, good turnout for this week's game.
Has the leg spinners into ball again, and that's just sort of nudged, that's not a word, nudged into the leg side.
No, I go with Nerdled.
I don't know what I was trying to say there. And she's into bowl again. Short and straighter this time. Pulled out to the sweepers.
And they'll take a single.
I don't think they're in any danger of running two. I don't think they want to risk it at this stage when they just need a partnership.
Well, it's that balance we were talking about with Ardash, wasn't it, in terms of risk. You've got to take some risk, but we can't start going over the top here.
Yep, certainly. After what we've seen, it's very hard to say because we don't really know if they've bowled amazingly or we've batted particularly poorly. But what would you say is a score that Kent will want to defend from this position?
Well, I think really, so far it's been slightly feast or famine from Leicestershire's batting attack. Bowled out for 79 in their first game against Steelbecks, and then making a 202 against against Worcestershire last week. I don't think we know really what quite we're going to get from Leicestershire. I think Kent women are just going to keep their heads down, get as many runs on the board, and see what batting we get from Leicestershire, really.
Do you think it's too optimistic to say they may be able to double this?
I think that might be slightly optimistic.
I'm not too sure what's happened. The umpire hasn't signalled, but it looked like it may have been completely missed. No, she hit that almost through the wicketkeeper's legs.
Nutmegging the wicketkeeper.
Apparently so. That's impressive almost.
And an over like this, taking 3 runs so far, is going to be really important to that total they're building up. And keeping, what is a relatively low run rate, keeping that from dropping, any further than it has.
Yeah, certainly. I think Kent will want to aim for 150 if possible.
What do you think the likelihood of that is?
I reckon it's definitely doable.
We think it's on.
There's still, it's not. I can't say there's runs in the hutch still, but the last two are capable batters still. There's still certainly some time, and like I say, 17 overs, 60 runs. You'd hope for that, I think. But Roth is in again. Push to the. That's one thing I like that Leicestershire have done, is that they've sort of left the fielders on the edge of the ring all the time. So there's been no.
They've barely moved from around the ring.
No chances for singles, but also it's pretty difficult. Oh, that's fired in a bit quicker. Appeal. I think she may have hit it. Not too sure, but that looked a reasonable appeal.
They gave it a go, but there's 2 dot balls of that over Roth, the spinner, coming from the neck of the road end. She comes into bowl again against Davies.
And that's right between the two fielders, but the Australia fielders made good ground there to field it and get it in just for the single. And that's 100 up for Kent women after 33.3 overs.
There's a slight change of pace from the amount of balls it took us to get to 100 runs. It took Kent women to get to 100 runs this time last week.
Certainly, but I think Leicestershire have bowled much better than Derbyshire did. And obviously no disrespect to Derbyshire at all. And Bilal just played that very late, but kept it out. Yeah, I think I'm not even sure Derbyshire bowled too badly last week. I think Megan Sturge and Amy Jordan just batted incredibly well, and that's just luck of the draw sometimes, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
As Roth is in again, bowls pulled by Bilal, and there's the funny bounce at mid-wicket, bounces off her knee. They think about the second, but I don't think the second was ever on, really. No. I don't think they were interested. So looking ahead to the men's season at the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence.
Afternoon in 2 back-to-back T20s. Middlesex are shaping up to be quite a rivals for both Kent sides.
Certainly. We've had one thrilling county championship game as Herafde is into bowl again. That's a lovely area for the leg spinner. And just pushed into the leg. So we've had one 3-day thriller in the county championship, which saw Kent victorious, and Middlesex look to be on top in the game ongoing at the moment for the men.
Yeah, and then we saw that performance of Kent women, which, they were definitely very disappointed
Leading edge, just over the bowler. That's the second one now we've seen in the space. I do wonder if the ball's holding up in the pitch a little bit with the spin.
Yeah, and then Kent Women's lost against Middlesex a couple of weekends ago at Radlett. They'll be back there in just 2 days' time for the first T20 of the County Cup. So having faced Middlesex across men's and women's, 4 times in the space of a month, to be facing again on that double header, shaping up to be quite a tasty fixture, really.
And I think the bigger the crowd, the better. Surely, as Bilal goes big, she put a lot of effort into that, but it completely plugged. The music's jumped the gun there because it didn't even reach the boundary. It was good covering fielding there from Leicestershire's number 17, Emma Thatcher.
Yeah, she would be disappointed not to have taken a boundary there.
It was there to be hit and sort of top-edged it, and that's the first time today we've seen the pitch not sort of kick on, I think. So I do wonder if the sun hiding behind a few clouds is going to play an effect, as that's a great comeback ball from Harafke there.
Well, you've definitely mulled over whether Watson's decision to put Kent into bat was the right one. Seemed to be at the beginning of the day. The outfield's starting to slow a bit. Maybe it's not.
Full toss, swept straight to mid-wicket. That's a very nice catch there at mid-wicket by Ellie Phillips. Oh, she's had some heck of a day, hey. But
is that second catch? That incredible one?
I think no. That's her first catch, but she bowled incredibly well.
Yeah. Should be very happy with that.
Again, that just seemed like a wicket out of nowhere, really. Bilal looked somewhat comfortable, and then eyes lit up at the prospect of a full toss, and it went just to the right of the fielder, and it was almost like a football goalkeeper, that one, sort of diving to the right.
Yeah, Donnarumma would have taken that.
Donnarumma would have caught it, but he's 6'5". Anyway, the new batter for Kent looks like it's Isabella James, I think. Can't actually see at the moment.
Yeah, that will be number 25, Isabella James.
Yeah, Isabella James. So that leaves Megan Belt as the last wicket, as expected. We talked about pressure on Molly Davis. How about that pressure now?
Oh, absolutely. And this will be a throwback to her for a couple of weeks ago. She stuck through there. There was a tumble of wickets.
She saw 4 wickets fall at the other end at Middlesex.
Coming a little bit later in the batting order than she did today.
Yeah. It makes no real difference. It's there to sort of steer the collapse again, isn't it? So I think that prospect we were talking about of 150 is no longer on the cards, and I think 120 would be a good score from this position. Obviously, that's not a dig at the remaining batters for Kent, but I don't think you'd fancy them from this position. I do wonder if we're getting any purchase in the pitch, though.
But with that wicket coming at the end of the over, we'll leave Davis on strike against Roth.
Certainly will.
As Roth comes into bowl.
Swept out to deep square leg just for 1. I've noticed Molly Davis is doing what Jen Deere did, and when the ball is tossed up and there to hit, she's keeping it low and not giving any opportunity even to that short boundary over towards the new build flats. And you just think that's sort of smart cricket at this stage, isn't it?
Oh, very much so.
Because even if these two can just bat for 10 overs now, you'll still make it to a respectable total, I think. As Roth is in again, short, and hits Isabella James.
And if Davis can stay at the crease and take those wickets when they become available, every one of those runs is really going to count, aren't they?
Oh, 100%. That one just carried on straight as Roth is in again. Sort of flat batted to mid-off. Do you think it's a case of survival here for Isabella James and just keep Davis on straight? Do you think they'll start going for the old 4 balls, 2 balls, or 5 balls, 1 ball approach? Or
yeah, well, I think it would obviously make sense to keep Davis on strike as much as you can.
Oh, a high lie. Isabella James goes big, but it just beats the mid-wicket fielder tracking back just for a single. So the big wicket is now back on strike from Leicestershire's point of view as Roth is into bowl again. Full toss, pulled straight to that deep mid-wicket again. See, that's what I mean about those free hits almost that she's just trying to keep down and just trying to make sure she doesn't do anything daft.
No, she wouldn't want to get out the way that we've seen a few Kent batters get out up in the air and caught and keeping it nice and low.
James in again. Nice bit of purchase there. I think Isabella James will be out there thinking I might be able to get something out of this pitch.
And that's got to be the mindset, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And I think while that mindset is there, that you have to keep positive, even though you're 107 for 8 after 36 overs. You have to think that, yeah, we're still in this game. You know, Kent have got a strong bowling attack. They showed it last week.
Yeah, having bowled Derbyshire out for 189, you know, they're definitely going to back that bowling attack going into the second innings. Davis on strike. The start new over. Harafgay bowls in.
And a wide ball. I don't have the exact figures to hand without looking, but you think if Leicestershire could have tightened up on some of these extras, it's a different game. Because it feels like there has been quite a few.
How many extras is that so far then?
I'm just trying to figure that out now. 25 extras.
So what, we'd be looking at a score of around 80 then if we hadn't had those 25 extras.
I mean, cricket is a game of ifs and buts, but I think Leicestershire may go into the dressing room not best pleased with that side of the game. Obviously, you can't complain about the score, but if you take those 25 extras off, and you know, as Dave, I think her eyes lit up then, and all of a sudden, the pressure's doubled, if not tripled.
Oh, absolutely.
So Harafgay at the top of her mark again. Comes into bowl at Molly Davis. Bowls short and wide, cuts straight to the fielder again.
Incredibly tight fielding from Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's been superb.
Clinical.
And they're all fielding for each other. Every fielder's got the bowler's back, no matter who it is. And that's what you want, really, isn't it? Into bowl again. Lovely area, that one, and pushed into the lead side. So now this is where you want to try and sneak a single if you can.
It's easy to point out those extras, which obviously they'd rather they hadn't had a single one. But you know, what we don't see is the amount of runs they've not conceded through their strong fielding.
And they looked to get that single, but she couldn't beat the fielder, and that means Isabella James will be on strike at the next over. That's not what you wanted from.
No, they would have wanted to rotate that strike.
But yeah, no, you're right. They've been incredible, bowling, fielding. Whole game so far has been superb. So,
do you think it'll be long before we see Thatcher back onto bowl after that strong opening spell?
I think it might be. Where Kent are really struggling to score against the spinners, I do think it might be a little while. I mean, you look at the last 5 overs, they've only gone at 2.4.
Yeah.
12 for 1. I think you'll keep the spin on, keep firing through the overs, keep the pressure on. As Roth is into bowl, full flicked away, not quite in that gap. But Isabella James has looked comfortable so far, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, absolutely.
And she's not been scared to play shots either, which has surprised me slightly, as that's Fuller, full toss, hit, up, and that's a catching opportunity. Unreal. That's a superb catch there from the mid-off fielder.
Well, you said she wasn't afraid to play shots.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the game, is that what you need? Not really. It was a full toss and it was there to be hit, but it's just a bit silly, I think. However, that is a superb catch. She must have covered 15, 20 yards there.
Oh, undoubtedly.
And to take it while on the way down onto one knee, that's as good as it gets. I don't quite know who the fielder is, but as soon as we do know, I will get it to you. And yeah, that's what I mean about the spin. It's just putting pressure on.
Thanks, Nick.
That's all right, mate. And yeah, as Megan Belt strides to the crease, similarly to Middlesex, with her team in a bit of a hole, she'll look to put on as many as she can for the last wicket. And if you're just tuning in, this is the Kent Cricket live stream sponsored by Cluberly. If you're new to investing, that is no problem. Cluberly offers access to expertly curated portfolios from renowned, regulated managers. Start your investment journey from as little as £1 and choose a portfolio that aligns with your preferences. So, it's Middlesex all over again for Kent women. Megan Belt and Molly Davis having to try and salvage a total that will be defendable here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And that's not been Kent women's fault. I think that's been down to Leicestershire's superb bowling and fielding effort.
Oh, absolutely. And what a catch we've just seen there to send James back to the pavilion.
And that is the second catch of the season candidate we might have seen already.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had a stunner earlier, and that's not a bad second one as Belt hits it straight to cover. Megan Belt, then the Kent skipper, only scored 122 runs in her Kent career, an average of 5. But against Middlesex, she looked comfortable in sort of blocking out and lasting as long as possible, and they ended up putting on. Oh, that went a bit, didn't it?
Well, is that balance we've been talking about all morning, isn't it? Between taking those risks, doing what they can to keep Davis on strike, but they're not playing silly shots like we've just seen from James.
As Roth
And
is
making
in
that
again,
position harder.
and there you go. That's swept out to deep mid wicket, but like very topical along the floor, which is I'm sure what Isabella James wishes she tried to do.
Yeah, we'd only been praising Davis for that and over earlier, haven't we?
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see that exact thing on the final ball of this over from Roth, as Davis is set to face into bowl. She goes. Oh, and it's just blocked. So that's trust there from the wicketkeeper in her captain to either see out the next over or store a few from it. I think you have to sort of back each other to be able to rotate the strike in this position. You can't just rely on one. It's easy to say. It's like in a T20 you'd do it, and perhaps the death overs of a 50-over match you'd do it. But at this stage with 12 overs left, I think you have to trust each other to potentially rotate the strike.
Yeah, definitely. And this isn't the first time they've been in this position. It was only 2 weeks ago. We were in a very similar position for Davis and Belt up at Radlett, where they'll be back on Monday.
They will at the start of the T20 County Cup as Rothesay into bowl at the pavilion end once again. Floats it up, pushed round the corner for a single. That's very good for Megan Belt.
Yeah, very much so. And rotating the strike just as they want to be doing to start the over.
But what was good about that is she just waited for it.
Yeah.
She got her head over the ball and pushed it into the lead side, which is sort of something we haven't seen much of. You might have seen that try to get swept by a couple of the previous batters. So, yeah, if Davis can do the same and they could pick up sort of four and over from this point, all of a sudden it might be game on again. Rothesay in, floats it up, dabs down to Megan Belt, says no, maybe, yes, I don't really know.
Well, that was slightly indecisive there.
Molly Davis took off straight away. I think Megan Belt thought it might have been straight to the fielder, as they're having a laugh about it now. But, again, as we were saying, keeping the strike moving. I think it's crucial. Obviously, the field is being squeezed here, which you have to do for the new bat. But I don't think Megan Belt's the type to try and hit over the top, to be honest, as the ball comes in and left alone. That's something we've not seen a lot of today, is it?
Very little.
And back with Rothesay at the pavilion end. Bowls, outside off stump, dabbed, but this time straight to that fielder, sort of on the 45 almost down there. That's probably what Megan Belt thought happened, that first shot. And swept very nicely past the fielder over to the sweeper for 1. And now the field will spread again. We've got a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a long on now. So I think if you're Molly Davis here, take that single and get yourself back on strike. But then you look at all the other fielders; they're all stood within within 2 or 3 yards of the sort of 20-yard or whatever. Sorry, 27-yard circle, I think it is.
Well, exactly as you said. Davis taking a single there, rotating the strike at the end of the over.
So that is the end of the 39th over. Kent women 113 for 9. They've been under the pressure all afternoon. And aside from one sort of spirited partnership, you may say, between Gengier and Cocoa Streets after 3 early wickets, it has been all Leicestershire women here at the Spitfire Ground. Over at Lord's, Ben Compton has fallen first for 8 as Kent look to try and get back in the game. Over at Middlesex, it's 19 for 1. My stream is a bit behind.
What's the deficit over there at Lord's for Kent men?
Currently 90 runs. As Roth is into bowl, sort of pushed back to mid-on by Davis there. I think it's tough because there's no real gap really as the ball comes in again. She's gone big over the top. That's a catching opportunity there, tracking back, and it's dropped. That's very unfortunate. It was always tough going backwards, but she got both hands to it.
Yeah, they really would have wanted to take that.
You have to hope that they don't rue those missed chances. I think that might have been the skipper as well. That's short and wide. Not given as a very delayed signal there, but that's the first mistake Leicestershire have made all day. They've been spotless until then.
And at this stage in the game, that could be a huge mistake. 10 more runs, 20 more runs from this position.
Short, a double bouncer almost. Chops it onto her pad, and that nearly hits the stumps. I don't know what that would have been given as, whether the no ball or an actual wicket, but it looked like it may have been given. But alas, Belt survives, and Roth is ready to go again into bowl at the Natterton Road end. Fires that down, pushed around the corner for 1 to deep square leg. That's very nice from Megan Belt. Ooh. Throw over was a bit overcooked there. Keeper's done well to bring it in.
Yeah, it seems to be that keeping it low is definitely a sensible option from the batters as much as possible, isn't it?
I mean, it's tricky because you have to back yourself to be able to score boundaries. But every single ball that we feel like's gone up, apart from the 3 hits, has almost ended up in fielders' hands. It's a tricky one.
As Roth comes into bowl, final ball of the over.
Dab down to the vacant third area.
And Nick, that means I'll be leaving you at the end of the over. Handing you over to Ardash.
It's been a pleasure, thank you.
You and Ardash can argue over whether the spinners or the seamers should have been on for the last 10 overs.
I'm more than happy to stand my ground. Thanks, Jay. So 40 overs done, 117 for 9. Davis on 20, Belt on 4. The last wicket partnership is slowly building, and we've just seen a drop catch from the Leicestershire skipper, I believe it was, at mid-off. It's out of character, but it was a tough opportunity. But the way today has gone, you've expected it to stick.
It's been a slow burner thus far. On the topic of where the spinner should have put, I think the lengths have been... Yes, the full lengths have still been there, but a lot of them they've landed, but they've not been full tosses. The reason why I said seamers is because, as you said, the partnership is slowly building. I think they were 86 for 8. Arguably, if you'd bowled the seamers, I feel they could have been bowled before that 108 for 8 mark, where that was what it was. Yeah. There's one thing which I wish could have happened, and that was that I'm looking forward to watch Isabella James score some runs because... And this is my first fun fact. Oh, it's
Big appeal and
as I say that.
And that is all she wrote for the Kent women innings.
117. I feel it could have been less.
I feel it should have been less, yeah.
I think the spinners got some confidence because they bowled in a situation where they knew anything went. And it's not that they bowled badly. I thought the spinners bowled better than what we saw at the start. It's just the confidence aspect where the game was created before. 117. So Kent had a good outing with the ball the previous match. You'll have to better that by some distance in this case. 188, then chasing that down, I think, in the previous match. In this case, it'd have to be defending 80 runs less than that. And back to what I was saying, the reason why I wanted to watch Isabella James score some runs is because she trains with me in my university cricket net sessions.
Very nice.
And it was recently announced, the coach announced that he'd been picked in the Kent squad. Now we've seen this new structure has been drafted. And yeah, she's been playing for this team. I saw her bowl a bit on the practice wickets as well. She is more of a wrist spinner. So
Yep.
looking forward to watch her bowl. And she'll have to put in a match-winning performance in
Yep.
this case because the total is this low.
And if she bowls like she did last week, I'm sure she'll be in the wickets again. She bowled very nicely last week. Lots of very, very good controlled bowling with plenty of purchase in the pitch. So we'll just have to see how we go. We will stop off for a spot of lunch and we will be back in roughly 20 minutes, I believe. So, thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Kent Cricket live stream, sponsored by Cluberly, the first savings app dedicated to sports fans. New to investing? No problem. Cluberly offers access to expertly curated portfolios from renowned, regulated managers. Start your investment journey from as little as £1 and choose a portfolio that aligns with your preferences. The bell has rung here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, ahead of the second innings between Kent women and Leicestershire Foxes women. Kent women batted first. They have to be put in at the toss, and they made 117. Leicestershire were outstanding in the field and bowling likewise. Certainly deserved probably to let Kent women out for a few less runs than they did. But 118 is the total, and the teams are just in the huddle on the outskirts of the pitch now. It will be Bennett and Davies to open up for the visitors today, Leicestershire Foxes. And if it's anything like last week, it will be Grace Poole opening the bowling from one end for Kent. And here come the umpires, James Treadwell and Matt Johnson. Kent women led by Megan Belt onto the field, and those previously mentioned Leicestershire openers, Flora Davies and Sophie Bennett, the wicketkeeper. Elsewhere, Kent men are 25 for 1 against Middlesex. They trail by 84 in the second innings with 9 wickets remaining, while Kent will look to get a few early wickets here, I'm sure, and it will be, I think that's Zina Bilal at the Nackington Road end to open up. And I'm delighted to be joined by Adash again. Adash, welcome back.
Hello. I think the temperature in the commentary box seems to have cooled now with the sun not directly shining in. And yeah, one thinks it could be an easy chase for Leicestershire. I feel for both teams, as you've said, at times the batting has gone well, at times it hasn't gone well. So that creates an opening, definitely. But 117, I think, is a bit much. If they got 180, then I feel they could have made more of a match out of it, as we'll see. Well, going to see the first ball now.
Zina Bilal stands at the top of her mark at the Nackington Road end. Bennett steps in to face the first ball, and here we go. Bilal into bowl. And hits the pad. A slight appeal.
Looks fairly straight, unless it's an inside edge or it's going down leg. Because it's from that end, it's tough to see from here.
So Bilal is back at the top of her run-up. Not a bad start for the quick, and here she goes again. And bowls full again. This time just patted back to mid-off. That's what we saw a lot of in the first innings, just finding the fielder every single time without fail. And Bilal in again to bowl. Full again, and this time driven to sort of cover point.
He's bowling at decent pace as well. We saw Whitfield bowl, I thought, the quickest in the first innings.
Yeah.
And in this case, Bilal started off with intent, and she's going to have to.
Yeah. And I think if you are Kent women, you have to be aggressive. There's no room for, letting the batters take a single when, if you get further down the innings. I think you have to be aggressive as often as you can, and we've seen that with the first slip as Bilal comes in again, bowls better length that time and beats the cover fielder.
That's not what's needed. Went very slowly as well. She ran in, and can they
that's
get a second run here? I think they can get a second.
Could be an overthrow. That might be 4 overthrows.
No, it's not. Yeah, this is where someone has to steady the ship. It was a routine stop for no run, and when a bowler is working in decent pace, decent rhythm, it's the last thing they want to see when you're defending that kind of a score. So surprised that happened, didn't expect it, but is what it is. It just shows the mentality of the fielding side right now. They may not have quite recovered from that first innings.
And Bilal in again. Bowls. Straight this time. Hits the pad.
Bit high.
And Gordon sweeps the ball up at square leg. And there's the 5th ball of the over down. Yeah, the last thing you want when you've only got 117 on the board is overthrows and sloppy fielding, and that's exactly what's ended up happening.
And if you're looking at that, shot itself, it was sort of the one that just went for a single. I felt that wasn't necessary because you've already, the run rate. There's no pressure. You could have played it with a straight bat through that sort of the mid-wicket region for one. Instead, you're going across the line. Now we see another one again.
A bit shorter that time. She thought about pulling it, but ended up just blocking it into that mid-wicket fielder, and that's the end of the first over, 3 without loss. Obviously, that's more than enough for Leicestershire, 3 and over, I think. So we're going to be keeping one eye on the men getting back underway within 10 minutes over at Lords as well. And it's going to be Olivia Barnes at the pavilion end, so they're going to open up with a bit of spin. That's surprising. We saw all the movement that the seamers got for Leicestershire. Are you surprised that they're opening with spin?
Yes, but we'll have to see. Depends on the faith that they have got in this bowler. I mean, the logic would say the seamer, especially. I'd say as far as movement is concerned, I think Thatcher got the most movement that we've seen thus far. I think she also bowled slower than some of the others. We'll have to see what Barnes does here.
And the left arm spinner, false start. Yeah, Barnes bowled really well last week. She took a few wickets and she deserved them all. It was a really good case of sort of tight bowling, really, and that's what Kent need here, as Barnes will have another go at it into bowl the left armour. And she gets the batter moving in the crease first up. That's interesting to go back to when the ball's pitched in the right half of the pitch for the bowler. But they'll take a single, and that's Davies' first run of the afternoon.
Was it Davies or was it Bennett, I think?
Was it Bennett? Apologies. Scoreboard beat me to it then. Glad you're watching. As Barnes is into bowl again. And she false starts again. I wonder what she's just struggling with the run up here. She's looking at the floor a bit bemusedly, I think. And here she goes again from the pavilion end. Bowls nice and full, and that's the area you want to be. That first slip's really bringing an edge into play here.
It's interesting what they're trying to do. Do they think that they can run through the opposition with this option, or because again, if they keep on defending, then, for example, you'll get a run here and there, and if it's 0 wickets in the score, if only attacking from one end, then the batting side has won that phase. However, and I think a lot of teams do this. I may be contradicting from what I said, but we've seen in Test cricket where at times they look to go with 2 attacking options in terms of seamers, and when one of them goes for runs, they don't bowl the spinners. And what I think in this case they may be doing is bowl someone who'll be economical. Then you've got the fast bowler to attack from the other end, so that you've got some flexibility with your option. I'm not saying I would do that, but I'm justifying the reason for them doing it. You've got flexibility with your options as to who you can bring in, and also you know that you won't concede runs. You've got at least one over of an attacking outlet. That could be the only justification. But if you see there, when you've got easy runs like those, then it's defying.
Leicestershire will have no trouble here if they. It's tricky when you open with spin and you're still in the power play. There's so much space beyond the ring fielders.
And if you do open with spin, it's got to be someone who is a wicket taker without conceding runs, and then that depends on the lengths you bowl. If you see here, this person seems more like a traditional spinner. You see the first boundary there.
And that is cut away for 4. She just waited on that one very nicely. And that's not what Kent women needed right there. That's expensive from Barnes after she bowled so well last week. You have to wonder how long Megan Belt's going to stick with the spinner.
I won't be surprised if there's a change the next over. Because you think was there something encouraging for me that I could take to the next? And if we're being honest, there wasn't. I'm not saying this because of the boundary ball. It's because of the situation. You've got to look to be attacking, and I don't think that threat was delivered. And that's why I wouldn't be surprised if there would be a change made. But
We did see some spin in the first, like some purchase in the pitch. So I wonder if that's why, as Bilal starts her second over with nice and full again. She's stayed right in that block hole, really, hasn't she, so far?
yeah, bowling quickly, bowling relatively full. Now the batswoman Sophie Bennett, she has been with Leicestershire, I think, since she was 13 years old. And you talk about players who stick with one club. She's been there. She's been performing well enough that they have stuck with her, and there she is now competing for this team in this new competition. That's one run.
Pulled square leg. Yeah, she kept very well as well. No surprise why she's kept the space for so long. As we turn to the bowlers, Zina Bilal's playing in her second game of the year, I believe. I think she played in the first game against Middlesex. Can't find my notes, but again, young, promising quick bowler. As she starts her run up again at the Nackington Road end into bowl. Better length that time. It's not as drivable as the previous balls have been. And it looks like it's sort of staying on that fourth stump line, which is where you want to be as a bowler.
And going back to the spinner, I think if you're going to employ that approach with how Bilal's bowling now, you've got to, for example, with field settings, we saw in the first innings at times there was some offside fields and the bowlers bowled according to that. When the spinner was bowling, I didn't get what the plan was. There was a close-in fielder on the leg side, there was a slip, but it didn't look like the slip was going to come into play. It didn't look like the close-in fielder on the leg side was going to come into play. You saw that last ball where you think, will that go into a slip fielder's hands? It probably wouldn't do with the way it was bowled. So I feel the bowling wasn't consistent with the field. I couldn't quite make out a plan. Whereas if Bilal bowls, you said an offside field, pretend, as you can see there, the ball hasn't got through there, then I feel it could be more feasible and certainly understandable from someone watching outside.
That was very well fielded at point there by, I think that was Olivia Barnes again. She got up a bit gingerly though, so we have to just keep an eye out on that. I do think she'll probably end up bowling the second over. It seems a bit harsh to take someone off after one over, but when you've only got 117 to defend, decisions like that might get you back into the game as Bilal's into bowl again. Full down the lead side, and that is not fantastic for Kent.
Was that off the bat?
It looked, oh actually yeah, I'd take that back then. If she's hit that, it's a very good shot.
Even then it was there to be hit, but it was slightly angry down the leg side. It was very finely hit.
From where we are, that looked like it might have been 4 wides, but because Davis's reaction behind the stumps wasn't too happy about that either. Yeah, it will be Barnes to continue at the pavilion end.
We saw 16 for 3 in the first innings.
Yeah.
Now we've seen 15 without loss. It was 8 in 6 overs, and half that time it's 15.
The crucial thing about the 16 for 3 as well is that was almost at the end of the power play.
Yeah.
Now we're only 3 overs in, and they're going very nicely at almost 5.
And when you're going at 5 and over, would you want to be bringing on a spinner now who's gone at 7? I wouldn't have done that, so we'll have to see if it pays off for them.
As Barnes bowls, beats the bat. That's beautiful. That's where you want to be. And that's why I'm assuming Megan Belt has persisted with the spinner, because she does have the ability to beat the bat like that, and maybe another time that's inside edged onto the stumps or edged into the keeper's gloves. As Barnes goes again. Bowls. Turned into the lead side, not convincingly. That looked a bit like a sort of pull across from outside off stump. Leicestershire won't complain.
I think the plan is to stick to the 2 close-in fielders, and if at all the ball does turn after hitting a length, and so be it, you've got a slip and keeper to come into play. I think that is the plan. You saw the previous over, she drifted too wide, and that was why the boundary was got.
And she goes big early on.
It's a good shot.
It's just cleared the fielder. Is she going to stop it for going?
She didn't get the connection, but I thought it was there to be hit.
For a split second, that looked like it might have been half a chance there for Megan Belt at mid-on. But it just kept going and kept going over her head. if you're Leicestershire, do you need to take those risks and try and attack the bowler?
No, and that's what I was saying in the first over. I think in Bilal's second over first over, when sort of went on the back foot and tried to pull it, Hackett off.
And that goes for 4. That's interesting.
The fielding standards we've seen today, sorry, I was
No, go
surprised
on.
at that. I was surprised that went for 4 given the fielding standards we've seen today. You continue.
Yeah, that it was a bit short from the bowler. It was pulled. It beat Sophie Singer at mid-wicket, but Grace Poole looked like she may have made the ground to stop it on the rope, but just sort of bounced over her arm almost. I think she'll want that one back, that's for sure. So, Barnes will line up again and have another go at Bennett here. Bowls. Big appeal, that looks really good, and given! That's why she's persisted with the spinner early on despite the runs, because that's what she do. That sort of slid on a bit, and it sort of bought the false shot. You don't really want to be cutting the ball from a ball that's sort of that straight, and it's bought the wicket.
It was an arm ball, and I was about to say, if you're a defensive bowler and you're going for runs, then it is one of the worst things that can happen, especially when you're defending the score. At least someone who's more attacking. If they went for a boundary, what could you expect the next? And as I was about to say that, the wicket here, the arm ball, and that is the first wicket gone. Bennett has been dismissed.
I don't know if someone can do the maths, but if they do it 21 for 1, 42 for 2, I think Leicestershire are still going to be on, even if they lose a wicket every 20 runs. So, Kent need to tighten up now. I did say before we came back live that we'd hope Kent, we feel like they'd be up for this and they feel like they'd have a chance, and I think the celebrations there have just proved that to me.
They have to be the opposition. If Kent want to look to salvage something, it has to be when the score is at 60, it has to be 4 or 5 down. Even if it's 3, I think Leicestershire will win. It has to be a minimum of 4 down.
So, it's Weston, the new batter, Lucy Weston, coming in at 3. And she's done a bit being to ball from the pavilion end. Barnes floats it up this time. That was a bit loopier, wasn't it?
Yep. Now, I talked about playing for the county since 13. That's the end of the over. Lucy Weston's been playing for Leicestershire since age 10. And she's risen through the ranks and is now playing for the representative women's side. She started playing cricket at about 4 or 5 and still plays club cricket. So that's on that. She also apparently plays England indoor cricket, which I don't know too much about, but that's on that.
So it looks like Bilal again from the Nackington Road end.
Quicker delivery, that.
And the fine leg fielder will get that one in on the one bounce. So,
did I think that was necessary? No, I don't know about you, but I didn't think that delivery was necessary. I thought pulling outside off on a length was something that was working. She was sort of building rhythm, and then I thought that short ball was just because of the situation. They've got 20 odd runs in quick time.
and that's very nicely driven through the covers. Sophie Singer's giving chase, but I don't think she's
because the reason why I didn't think it was going to go for 4 is because I thought she was going to play it squarer, and then with how the bat face opened up, she got it through cover, and it shows once again how fast this outfield is. That's the first boundary for Weston. And before coming back on air, I was thinking of saying I thought this chase was going to go into 27.2 overs, but Good that I didn't say that, because it doesn't look like that's going to be the case now.
So Bilal will have another go from the top of her mark into bowl. Bowls shorter that time and pulled in front of square, and Gengia makes enough ground to get that in just for a single.
Again, I don't understand it, because
In the first innings, a Kent batter would have found a fielder with that one, wouldn't they? To sum up the afternoon.
And once again, I think you saw that with the wicket in a previous over. I think getting that leg side to play to her strength is something which is the plan. You saw the arm ball being bowled, and if she does play that, the batter does play that, then you've got the two infield fielders to make sure that it doesn't go for a run. So that is a plan. Conserving at one end, while the other end you look to pick wickets. Unfortunately, the runs have not dried up.
I'm just patted back there from Western. Both batters striking at 100, which is quite impressive. But that's almost what you expect from your top three in the power play, while there's still so many gaps past the inner ring. As Barnes bowls again. Driven. Oh, it could have been an opportunity. It was just sort of chipped up, and it bounced maybe 2 yards in front of Megan Belt at mid-on. It's one of those that if you go for it and miss it, all of a sudden it's 4. So interesting. And here comes Barnes again. Cut straight to the fielder. That's a dot ball. That's a nice comeback. That was fizzed in nearly over the keeper's head. Oh, starving. Didn't eat enough. Right. And Barnes bowls again from that short. Pulled straight into Sophie Singer's knee, and it bounces away for a single. Apologies for any technical difficulties that may have occurred. We should be back live now, as Leicestershire are 32 for 1 after 6. Only needing 86 to win from 44 overs, so I don't think time will be an issue. And at Lord's, Kent men are 34 for 1 off 7 overs. They trail by 75 in the second innings.
How many did Middlesex score?
They got 238 in the end,
right.
highlighted by a Ryan Higgins 50.
166 for 4 to 238, so Kent have won that phase then. Okay, now Isabella James. I was thinking of saying when could she be brought on, and they've taken the seamer off, interestingly. I thought she would have bowled the over after this, but here we go. It's my first time watching her bowl in a match. I've watched her bowl in the nets. In fact, I've faced her. Not saying I'm the greatest player, of course.
As the leg spinner bowls her first ball, nice and
flighted
loopy.
delivery. That's usually the types of deliveries that she bowls.
That one's hit out to the sweeper for a single. And she bowls again, and that's just patted back. She bowled from the Pavilion and last week, now she's at the Natlington Road end. I do wonder if the slope is playing a part in that, potentially getting the googly going a little bit, as James bowls outside off stump, cut, but straight to the cover fielder. I think that's Coco Streets in there.
And I feel as a spin option, you'd rather go with this option when you're defending a low score. You're looking at the length she's bowling, the types of delivery she's bowling. As you see a one run there because it was bowled off sort of middle and leg stump. But I feel if you do go for runs in this case, in the next ball you kind of expect an outcome because of the lengths. I feel if you're going with a more defensive option, it's interesting if they continue with the defensive option the next over, because that means that you've not got a seamer to make use of the first few overs, and I don't know how that would go in this case.
Well, that's a nice shot, just guided down. There's no fielder down there either. They might turn for 2. They like it at the bowler's end.
No.
Wrong end.
Wrong end, yep.
Wrong end. That's good running there from Davies, though. Trusted in her partner and got back up there as quick as she could. That's what Kent didn't do, was they didn't turn one into two, and we've seen that a couple of times where the ball's just been hit to the edge of the ring and the Leicestershire batters have taken off. That's something Kent didn't do at all. So it's a real contrast in playing styles, I think, as James bowls again. That's a much better length from the leg spinner. And that's the end of the over.
Given with how things are going, 4 runs and over has been the most economical over for some time. So 36 for 1, I'd said 60 for 4 as a minimum. It doesn't look like they'll get there. Is it Barnes again? I think it is Barnes again, yep.
Yeah, it will be Barnes again. I think they're just persisting with spin. I'm slightly confused about why Belt hasn't brought herself on as probably one of the most experienced spinner in the side, but we continue on. That's played nicely. Singer gets a hand to it.
The fielding hasn't been quite as good as it was in the first innings.
Just a single there for Flora Davies.
And it's not that we're seeing this off 1 or 2. It's not we're seeing this off 1 over. It's been 3 overs in fairly short time. And yet it doesn't look like there'd be something which is going to trouble the batting side. So if you're not going to make a change now, when the opposition need, I think, what, 80 runs to win from here? So I don't know when they will make that change.
Barnes bowls.
It's
it's dropped. I think that's Amy Gordon at first slip. That was a sharp chance. But if you're going to defend a low score, they have to stick. That's very unfortunate.
And that was the plan as well, because the 2 types of dismissal were going to be the arm ball or the one that was turning away. You've seen the second one of those materialize now, but fortunately the catch went down.
Barnes will have another go. Bowls and just defended this time. That's fine margins in a game of cricket, and that's probably going to be one of the defining factors. If that sticks, it could be a different story, but from now, I think if these two can put on another 30-odd runs, then it could be a one-way street as that's hit out to cover for a single. And Barnes will come and bowl again. Floats it up. And that's hit straight back to her. And that's the end of the over. Just 2 from it. That's a lot better for Kent in terms of runs, but obviously the drop catch is far from ideal. Will be as well. James to continue from the Nackington Road end. And as we take a look, Kent men are still doing reasonably well at Lords. Zach Frawley is digging in there, which is always a nice sight. Elsewhere in Metrobank League 2, Yorkshire women's set Derbyshire 381 for 6 from 50 overs. That's quite the...
It's very full. No. That's 4.
That's 4 more. That's a poor delivery in the circumstances. Elsewhere, Glamorgan women set 304 for 8 against Gloucestershire women. Northampton Steelbacks women 144 all out against Middlesex. They have 3 for none off 1 over. And Sussex Sharks women set 250 for 5 against Worcestershire. A real range of scores, some high, some low. But James will bowl again. She uses her feet, and that's straight through, and that's another missed opportunity. Almost out of character for Molly Davis. She kept so well last week. She had a stumping almost exactly like that, but that was just straight through. And it's just another bit of bad fortune for Kent women.
The match situation's weighing them down with each thing that goes wrong. Then you get more mistakes unearthed like these. Is that another single? No, it's not.
Isabella James will have another one at Western. Bowls. Full toss and
at
that is a
is
sixer.
it? Yep.
I believe that's the first one of the day. Someone can
Yeah,
correct me
it
if
is the
I'm wrong.
first one of the day.
Picked the gap out perfectly as well, because if she didn't, that could have been a genuine catching opportunity. But there is 6 more onto the Leicestershire total and 6 more runs closer to a victory here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
I think the plan for a bowling side is with the length and the trajectory that Isabella James is looking to bowl, where you get a few dot balls, then one of the batters just looks to hoik it, it goes straight up in the air and the catch is taken. But in this case, the 2 full tosses have derailed that plan. And 48 for 1 now.
It's been very out of character so far from Kent's bowlers, all of which that we've seen today have bowled very nicely in previous games this year. But I suppose when it's not your day, it's not your day, and nothing has really gone too well for Kent today.
The moment you need 50, less than 60 to win, psychologically you get deflated. And we're getting close to that stage now.
You just have to hope that from a Kent point of view there may be a couple more quick wickets here before it is too late. And the last ball of the over. James bowls. Driven to mid-on and no run. You can get in touch with us, live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Let us know where you're listening from and all that sort of thing. The Kent live stream is also sponsored by Cluberly, the first savings app dedicated to sports fans. And Barnes will continue from the pavilion end. Do you think that Kent maybe need a change of bowling to try and get something going here?
I think that would be what's required. I mean, you could say the catch went down, yes, but fundamentally, and this. It's another one.
That's another one.
I think she thought, and in that case, she thought the ball was going to go on her right side, so that's why she moved there, anticipating for it. It went a lot finer, so she couldn't get back in time.
She stood at almost third slip there as well.
That's 59.1.
Yeah, that is 50 up as well in no time at all. And that's 2 that have gone through well, not through Amy Jordan. That's 1 that's gone through the gap, and the first one hit her straight in the hands, unfortunately. Barnes will have another go. Short, flat batted, back to the bowler. She does well. That's very unfortunate. But again, like I said, it's not your day. It's not your day.
Oh, is there a run-out chance here? I think
And
it's
it
out.
is
Yes,
gone.
it is out. We talked about a soft dismissal in the first innings. I don't know what they were thinking there. You've just got 50 in 9 overs. The ball's gone straight to the fielder. And it seemed as if there was no urgency. It just at an impulse, running down the pitch. And then it was really a confusing dismissal there, I must say.
Looking at the replay, Flora Davies has been absolutely buttered up by Western there. She hit the ball straight to the fielder and set off, didn't look at her partner who didn't move from her bat. That's the first sort of lapse in concentration from Leicestershire today, and that's very unfortunate for Davies, who was doing really nicely, 18 off 20.
I mean, understandable why the non-striker didn't move, because arguably she would have been run out as well if she had gone past. But yeah, I don't understand that attempt to run.
So Ellen Watson, captain, is coming in now. Yeah, it's just they were going so comfortably, and I mean they're going at 5.5, and those quick singles weren't necessarily needed. So either way, Kent will take it no matter what happens. So
now Ellen Watson is originally from Scotland, and she's played internationally for Scotland. She's played at age group level as well, from 13 to 17, then made a debut at 18. She's played for a few counties previously: Middlesex, Berkshire, Durham, North East Warriors, and now Leicestershire. And she's studying a master's at Loughborough University in sports engineering, so she's done a lot. She's the captain of this team as well. and she'll be looking to steer her team home. They've got off to a very good start.
And is that a catch? Wow. That was nearly a superb catch. I wonder what happened there.
Oh, was it a drop?
No, I think
couldn't
she
see.
caught it, but the umpire didn't give it.
Yeah.
That's superb work from Amy Dord. I don't even know. She must have hit the floor there. We need another look at that one as Barnes bowls again. Back on the back foot and just driven to the... I think she must have hit the floor and the ball just sort of hit off maybe the keeper's gloves. But either way, that's a stunning catch from Amy Dorden. As Barnes will bowl the last ball of her over. Drop short and patted back to the bowler. And that's the end of the power play as well. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Jay Steadman.
Thank you, Nick. Well, I think that over will have given Kent a little bit of hope. We've seen that run out to take the second wicket of the day and then catching a attempt from Gordon that wasn't given. Maybe that will give them a little bit of hope, but it's still a very big task on their hands, isn't it, Adosh?
Yeah, 60.
That's for Kent last week. She's definitely going to want to keep up that momentum and keep going after a couple of wickets in last week's game. The captain comes into bowl and it's blocked.
Yeah,
which will make it 4 dot balls in this over so far then.
They've got 2 fielders on the boundary, the square leg and the mid wicket, to account for hitting with the spin, and they've got a deep cover fielder as well. As you can see there, the hitting with the spin for 1.
And that's that fielder on the boundary there that you were talking about, just coming in to bring that ball back. Weston rotating the strike to leave Watson on for the last ball of the over, who's still not off the mark yet, having faced 3 deliveries. Belt comes into bowl. And they'll take a single, moving Watson off the mark and
Should
keeping
be
Watson on
the
strike.
end of the over, I think. Yes,
Yeah,
it
into
is.
the end of
2
the
off
over.
it. 54 for 2 after 11 now.
Now, obviously, it's not been the most optimistic day for Kent both out in the field and with the bats earlier today. But having had news of ticket attendances over the lunch break, it's really good to see a good crowd here today, and 2 weeks in a row after a very strong crowd for Kent Women's first home game of the season this year. We're going to have a little bit of a break until we see Kent Women back at the Spitfire Ground. They could be back in the middle of the month if if they win and make it through to a quarter final in the T20 County Cup. If not, we'll be seeing Kent Women back towards the end of June on the 27th, I believe. All information about that can be found on tickets.kentcricket, as well as all the men's fixtures coming up over the summer, with Kent men in action at the Spitfire Ground next weekend. That's Barnes into bowl, and that'll be 2 runs, bringing Weston onto strike.
There's been a few opportunities when Barnes has bowled. I feel the decision to bowl her ahead of the captain is questionable, but there have been opportunities that have arisen, but I think only one of them have been availed thus far. Weston appears set now, batting on 25.
And looking very comfortable. Kent will really regret not taking that chance earlier in the innings, won't they?
Yeah, and it's comparing the one that went finer as well, because if when it's not your day and you're trying to anticipate and the ball doesn't go where you think it would, and we see another one go to the slip fielder and it's gone through as well.
And that will go for 4.
Did it hit the bat? Or I think it did. Yep. So it's another chance effectively that you could count. And this is coming back to my point where the time when the ball went finer because of misanticipation, when it's not your day, then fair enough. But when the ball is going to a position where you should be able to catch it and you leave those, then it doesn't help the team. The catching hasn't been great. The ground feeding also hasn't been so good. So it's not a day that would be looked back on too fondly.
No, it definitely doesn't feel like it's been Kent's day, either with the bat in hand. That's driven to belt for a dot ball at the end of the over.
61 for 2. Sorry.
Do you think that first slip could be a little bit finer then, Adarsh?
Well, potentially. I mean, if it depends on which way you are looking to go, because what happened was in the first one of those, she thought the cut shot would be coming to play, but it didn't go as square as she anticipated. So, yeah, it could be finer. As you see, I think you can put it there as a stock position because there haven't been many occasions thus far where the ball has gone square.
But 12 overs in, very confidently taking on that run chase. Over halfway there now.
Interestingly, there's no slip for Belt, who's arguably bowling more threatening lines than Barnes.
Belt comes into bowl.
Reverse sweep it, and there's no slip there. And if the slip was placed, would that shot have been played? I don't think so. So I don't quite understand that. It was a bit of a free run.
Yeah. The Foxes look very comfortable. I think they definitely know that they have the upper hand here, and they're making the most of that, aren't they?
Or beaten again. So when the ball is beating the bat, surely you would prefer to have a slip for your lead spinner, I presume. So I think tactically Kent have been a bit off, and that's why it's showing the performance. So they've leaked runs very quickly.
It's obviously an incredibly hard total to defend. And you think the really only route to any success for Kent here is finding a way to take buckets of wickets. But so far...
But I don't know how they're going to get it because they're not giving themselves the best chance of the ball. There's a timely lapse. Well, timely lapses that happen fairly often.
So that leaves one ball left of the over. 1 run scored so far. Several of those balls from Belt beating the bat. As Belt runs into bowl. And defended to leave Watson on strike for the start of the 13th over. Leicestershire going at 4.8 and over. They only require 1.5. Was your prediction, Adarsh? What was your prediction?
Before, so I was thinking of saying it would take 27.2 overs, but after seeing this, I don't think that it will.
No, I think that may have been slightly optimistic.
Because I was thinking of this slightly seesaw batting outputs of both teams. I mean, Kent chased down 190 with 9 wickets to spare the previous match. In this case, it's been how it's went, and against Middlesex also they didn't do too great. So because of that, I thought it gave a slight chance, even though 180 of minimum was required. I thought 170. I think it's a no ball, isn't it?
Yeah. And here we do have a change of bowling at the pavilion end with Amy Gordon, who had been at first slip previously, coming onto bowl here.
And not a great start.
No, that's a no ball.
5 free runs. Now 50. I'd said when it gets under 60, psychologically, you'll find it very difficult. That's 50 now, and it doesn't look like with how things are going. It's a free hit as well. We saw some free hits, a couple of them being capitalized on in the first innings. If this one gets capitalized, I think that would just about be the nail in the coffin.
And it isn't. That free hit will go for no runs out to the fielder, number 95. And really, this is the sort of turnaround in form that Leicestershire have been looking for. After what was quite a lopsided loss in their first game.
Good run too there, to be fair. And, they are. I think it's going to be a run up. No, it's not.
No,
It just didn't. Yeah.
just made it. And then what was a much closer loss last weekend, to them being what is on course to be a very confident win, will definitely be the change in form they want as we go into a slight break in the schedule for the Metro Bank One Day Cup Tier 2.
It's gone through. That's when you know that nothing is going your way.
No. It hasn't been Kent's day, has it?
No.
So, Darsh, if you're Leicestershire, you've 2 losses and then you've turned it around. They've now got a just over 2.5 week break until their next game. Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think they want to be back in next weekend in the same competition? Or do you think actually
I
time to
don't.
take stock is...
People
is
say a
good?
break. I don't. If you're playing in sort of a fast-paced tournament which doesn't last that long, then I think that breaks may have a greater role to play. But I don't think in this case, if you gather some feedback, whether good or bad, what you need to improve on, what went well, and you train according to that. I don't think, yes, there's nothing like playing in a competitive match, but I don't think that the break should impact them too much. And with this kind of victory, I don't think that... Some may think I'd rather play a next match when I'm confident, but I don't think that they'd be too concerned about the playing side of things with how dominant I think they'll win this match.
Yeah. And not the over Kent would have wanted as we come to the end of the
13
13th
off
over
it.
there, moving up to 75 for 2, seeing a Noble go for 5 runs and a wide go for a run. They weren't punished with that free hit, but definitely not going in the direction that they would want things to go as we come to the start of the 14th over with the captain.
And what
staying
I'm
on the bowl.
asking is, if you know the spinners, it's not working, why do you keep resorting to the spinners? I mean, after the first 3 overs that Bilal bowled, the seamer hasn't bowled. And I don't quite understand how are you going to pick wickets by going with... Yes, the ball beats the bat a few times and there are a few lapses. You need a more aggressive form of attack if you're going to keep the captain on, which I think that it's feasible with 3 runs in 2 overs, then get an attacking option from the other end. If you go defensive from the other end and then you leak about over 10 runs, then it doesn't help your cause.
Well, I think they're sort of harkening back to the strategy that worked so well last week, where the spinners picked up the runs and caught.
Oh, that's a very soft dismissal. That.
Yeah, that would be Western gone on 29. Caught off of Megan Belt's bowling.
And this is what I was saying, where defensive bowling, at times, if you may get a wicket, pretend if they'd bought an attacking option, and then they've got, let's say, 2 more wickets from that, and this wicket would have been a bonus for you. Instead, because of the runs that have been leaked around this, I don't think that there's... It could appear slightly bittersweet. I don't know if the Kent team think that way, but I feel that they would have liked this wicket certainly earlier. I said 60 for 4 at a minimum, 76 for 3. They've got to make it for 4 or 5 very quickly.
Yeah, well, Kent will, when we're talking about that mindset, Kent will have to have a large amount of hope here and hope that they can take the next few wickets very cheaply if they want to be in a slightly more comfortable position. But we are obviously cruising towards that chase of 118.
I mentioned bittersweet. In walks out Francesca Sweet. She was bowling, I think, in the second or third change or so. So, yeah, I don't think there'll be too much fuss. Not too many runs to get.
It's a very comfortable position to be as the Leicestershire batters, isn't it? So Belt for the first ball for Sweet, having taken the important wicket of Western a ball earlier. Just adjusting the field. Belt comes on to bowl.
1 run off the mark, the first ball. There's 40 to get now. 40 to... Okay, sorry, this is DLS. There's 41 to get now, yeah.
And that seems to have come lightning pace compared to the scoring we saw this morning.
Because the bowling was better, the conditions were used better. I think it's been a stark difference in types of bowling, attacking bowling, and it was economical because of how good it was. In this case, it feels that trying to be economical and just letting the rest take place when that was not how their downfall was spelt in the first innings. So I don't understand this when you're defending this kind of score.
Watson on strike.
Again,
Take
it's
the ball
just a
out.
bit too easy.
And that will take a single. And the captaining Leicestershire, Watson, will stay on strike for the start of the next over. And it really is hard to. I know there was some questions asked about the choice to put Kent into bat first thing this morning, but I think given the way the game's going, Watson's decision seems to have benefited hugely.
Yeah, that I couldn't have been sort of refuted as much as what we've seen here. So is the seamer coming back on now, or no? I think it's the same bowler.
Just they readjust the field.
No, I think it is the seamer. Because it seems a longer run up. I don't know.
And that will be Gia coming on to bowl. And Adash getting exactly what he wants with a seamer coming on to bowl.
Yeah, too late.
So that one over spell from Gordon has been abandoned quite quickly with Gia the seamer coming on to bowl from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Jay scored 27.
Yeah, all important in that first innings. Yeah, Gia a real talent for Kent. Sort of the best batting we saw this morning. Now on to bowl, having won the Player of the Year award, age 14, and a really exciting talent for this Kent squad. Runs into bowl again, first ball for a dot. Second ball again will go for no runs. But a huge task on our hands, isn't it, Adash?
And probably a bit of an improbable one. I don't think that you're giving someone who may be a very talented player, but I talk about being thrown into the deep end. I don't think there are many more situations where you're asking someone to rescue the match from when nothing has gone right for your team.
Yeah, Kent really would require a standout performance or several standout performances to break through, do something special here.
And more so from the opposition than themselves.
And the dot ball from Sweet there, bowled by Gia, having rotated to strike a ball earlier. Gia runs into bowl.
Wasn't a bad ball. They got a run off that. I think one ball to go. I think 2 off the over.
And it's those quick runs, a single here and a single there, that is making this total come down very, very quickly, isn't it?
Especially after the boundaries that we've seen preceding that. So,
and I think it's those quick and intermittent singles that we really didn't
Another
see
one.
from Kent. Taking them for a single.
yeah, they're getting towards the... Well, I wouldn't quite say home stretch yet, because still 37 runs to get, but close to the home stretch fairly soon.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll feel that this really is not far off the Leicestershire batters. And Sweet and Watson really will want to stay at the crease and see this out for those final just over 30 runs they require. The captain belt staying on to bowl from Nackington Road end.
Still don't know why a slip hasn't been out, which tells me that this is now on damage limitation. Yeah, I mentioned defensiveness, but
Yeah.
I think what the plan is, if we get wickets, we get wickets, but otherwise we just lead them to a slow burner win. As we see there, another quick single being run.
Well, again, we come back to the risk-reward conversation we've been having all day, really. You know, how aggressive should Kent come in with their bowling, you know, versus the sort of slightly conservative approach to not leak.
We
too
saw
many
that with the
runs.
bat as well because of the
Absolutely.
shot selection. And hit hard at there could be a run. Yeah, that is a
And
run.
it's hard to say that Leicestershire have done anything other than get that balance between risk and reward spot on, really, so far.
But I don't think they've had to do that in the
No.
second innings because it's been fairly innocuous. I think that the fielding hasn't gone to plan. It's been fairly defensive, and I thought the illustration of that, as I said, the reverse sweep, where
Mm.
you know a slip there, that shot won't be played. Slightly upish there, but
And that's 2 runs conceded with a ball left of the over. Belt comes into bowl.
leading edge still hasn't gone to field up. So end of the 17th, 83 for 3.
Well, I think for Kent women, they'll definitely want to get past this. You know, unless we can see some heroics here in the next handful of overs. You know, I think they'll just really want to put this behind them ahead of facing Middlesex in the T20 County Cup on Monday. But that must be tough, mustn't it, Adash? Moving on from what is quite a soul-crushing.
The only
What-
thing you can take from it is if a change in format, if anything. You don't think that it's the same blueprint that you'll follow if there was a blueprint today. And yeah, I mean that's the only solace that they can take. If it was a similarly formatted match, then you have to go again. And over 50 overs, if you've got to look to be the better side again, it would have been difficult. I think the one thing that can be a saving grace for them is that it is a shorter format, and I feel it could be a more mistake-prone format compared to, well, given its nature.
Gio runs into bowl, seen from the pavilion end, and just tapped away for no run.
And if this happened from the start, because she's bowling a good length,
Yeah.
if this happened from the start, then surely they would not be 84 and 17.
And Monday against Middlesex won't be the first time Kent have had to sort of turn form around this season, having lost their opening game to Middlesex and follow it up with a home win. This loss at home, they'll definitely be needing to turn that around. So a slightly patchy start to their Metro Bank One Day Cup Tier 2 campaign so far. So we move into the middle of the 17th over, 84 for 3. Watson on strike, the captain. For a dot ball off Gier, the seamer. And Leicestershire still going at 4.8 and over.
Slowed down from before. I mean, they can afford that, so they could have played at this rate from the start. But as we see another run, that first 9 overs, it deflated the bowling side.
I think deflated is a very fair word for a lot of what we've seen so far. And that's probably how a lot of Kent fans who are watching this either in the ground or on the stream will be feeling. Do let us know if you're watching. Feedback at kentcricket.co.uk.
A catch? Oh, no, it's not a catch. I think
Live
she's hurt herself.
Oh, sorry, live stream at kentcricket.co.uk as the fielder, number 25.
It's
Injured whilst
Isabella
taking a
James,
cap.
it is. So reprieve for Watson. 85 for 3 at the end of the 18th.
So yeah, do let us know if you're watching, and if you haven't been able to make it down to the match today, do keep an eye on tickets. Kent Cricket for our upcoming fixture list, with Kent men at home next weekend against Glamorgan in the County Championship, and only a stone's throw away from the start of the Vitality Blast for both Kent men's and Kent women's, Kent Spitfires and Kent women's. Really building up to that double header in July, 13th of July.
Oh, it's a run-out opportunity, and nope, that's the luck for the fielding side at this point. Sums it up. Seemed like there'd be a certain run-out. We've seen one earlier in this innings.
And an appeal for LBW.
Could be going down leg.
Yeah, as you said, the luck just hasn't been with Kent today, and it's definitely been with Leicestershire. They've got the wind in their sails. 85 for 3. With Megan Bell bowling from the Nacton Road end.
One for 8 and 4.3 could have been used from the second over, rather than, yes, there are a few opportunities, but you keep bowling dots, you create those, and yeah, it's could be out now. It's just gone over.
And that'll be another boundary.
I think only the second time today we've seen aerial shots over the offside. That's a boundary for Watson. Leicestershire getting closer now.
And it was those aerial shots that Kent were really made to pay for in the first innings, weren't they?
Because in the first innings they didn't look to go aerial. And only when the free hits were there was some bravery. Apart from that, everything was sort of timed to not too great to the fielder, and that's why they couldn't get the value for the shots. I've mentioned that a long time, but many times, because I think it was very relevant to the reason why the first innings from a batting point of view wasn't optimal.
Bell bowling, fine ball.
That's a reverse sweep. Is that out?
Appeal for LBW.
Appeal fairly straight. It could be outside the line.
Not given.
End of the over, 19th, 89 for 3.
And as we approach 100 for Leicestershire, they will feel more and more confident, and the job on Kent's hands will become bigger and bigger. We're going to have to see something truly special here to see a real turnaround, aren't we, Adash?
Yeah, we will. And I mean, I've mentioned this before. If Kent win from here, it'll be because of the opposition.
Gio runs in from the pavilion end, bowling to Sweet.
Full delivery and 1.
And Leicestershire can afford to be patient here. They're going a really nice run rate and over. They don't look in danger at all.
I think they'd want to finish it, not because of that there's really a necessity to do so, but I feel that there's not a threat level that you can think, okay, if I look to play my shots from here, can something go wrong from here? I don't think there is that threat, so I wouldn't be surprised if they look to play a few shots from this point onwards. Again, as you say, it's not that they have to do that.
Well, it's a similar position that Kent found them in the second innings of their game last week, where between Amy Gordon and Megan Sturge's strong performances, they were able to go out and chase it down very quickly and play some really nice expansive shots on the way to doing so. And they could get away with it in the same way that Leicestershire can get away with this because of the quite low total that they're chasing.
And this same attack is the attack that bowled out the team, as you said, for 180 odd. So it shows when you're making a game for you, so when you're dictating a game, you dismiss an appeal there. When you're looking to dictate a game from the start and you get 180, that's different from you have to defend 117, you're chasing it. And we've seen an attack that did so well the previous match that they've nowhere that side in this match with bat or ball.
Gia comes into bowl.
It's quick outfield, go for 4.
Yep, Watson will take a boundary there.
Wasn't a full bird cut, was just a push. And went for 4. Watson on 27, picking off the boundaries in a timely manner now. And the
And
end.
that pace really has stayed in the outfield, hasn't it? We see
Yeah,
a very
it has,
fast
yeah.
outfield.
The end does appear nigh.
Gia comes into bowl.
Shot, again, the fielding hasn't been too great. The ball's going towards the boundary. Could they come back for 2? It's only 1. It's only 1. I think it's only 1.
And probably unwise to go for 2 runs there. There's no need for silly risks at this point.
I think it's a no ball, is it?
No ball.
That makes things worse.
And yeah, gifting Leicestershire.
So they got
a
away
free
with the
hit.
boundary, but it's another opportunity.
And how much will Sweet make Kent pay for this free hit?
Oh,
Oh.
different kind of shot. It was on because it was a full toss,
Yeah.
but fortunately it's not been the case. And overboard, 20 overs up, 96 for 3.
You feeling like revising the 27 overs prediction?
Well,
How close are we now?
it depends because 117. That's if 24 runs to win 22 runs if it's 118, and then in 7 overs if they bowl 7-3, let's say tight. Sorry, 7 at 3 economy rate, then that would be 27.2. So I don't know. If it was a bit slower than this, then
Yeah.
they could have done that. But I don't think there's much difficulty to score the runs. The captain bowling again.
And that will be a dot ball to start the over. So, if you're in Kent's position here, you know, in terms of bowling changes, in terms of strategy, they must know that how likely the result is. Incredibly difficult to make those decisions at this point, isn't it?
They would have known that from about the second over or so. And I think if you introspect, then I think if you're going to bowl a spinner, this was mentioned earlier, the captain should have bowled the second over. If that's going to be your plan of attack. And it's a quick single run. We didn't see any of this in the first innings. You could say it's a different situation, but they are running these singles to really pile on the misery for the fielding side.
And Kent will have to ask those questions of what could that total have been had they taken a few more intermittent singles.
Again goes aerial. Could be a single. Are they going to
Single.
push for
No,
2?
they
They
go for
are
2.
going to push for 2. Runner opportunity. There's no, I think
Just
He's
about
made
made
it. 100 up.
Yeah, bringing up 100.
20.4 overs. The second 50 a bit slower than the first, but still at a healthy rate, and a very healthy rate given the score they have to chase. Just 18 left now. And hitting with the spin, but stopped by the fielder.
And some slightly more expansive shots from Leicestershire.
Yeah, because there's no risk now. They know that they are at the doorstep to victory.
The shot
Is
goes up
that
in the air. And
It's
now go for
6.
6.
Ah,
Second 6 of the day. Both of them for
yeah,
Leicestershire.
that's a very good shot as well. I think probably one of the most technically correct, well executed shots that we've seen today.
Mhm.
You know, not many have tried to go down that route, and I think she has done in this case. Just 12 to get. I think my 27 over theory is definitely gone now.
That 6 has very much changed
Yeah.
this chase. Getting closer and closer to single figures. And, you know, have to give Watson her flowers, really, after, you know, a bold decision this morning that, you know, we weren't sure was right, and has definitely turned out to be so. Batted very well so far. You know, not made the mistakes they, you know, they can afford to make, but they wouldn't want to. And then with a lovely 6 right there.
I think the team has done justice to the hand they were dealt. As you said, they didn't know what you're going to do. Whatever you choose, you put yourself in the best position by applying the fundamentals to succeed from whatever hand you're dealt, and they have done that from the start. So, a deserving victory, an imminent victory. I think
And we have a change
Sturge
of
is
bowler
bowling
at
now,
the
yeah.
pavilion end. Megan Sturge coming on to bowl, with Genevieve Gier coming off after a strong pearl seam. And 2 dot balls to start Sturge's spell. 106 for 3 in the middle of the 21st over.
Full toss, catching up.
Toss.
No, it's going to be full.
Goes down the ground.
Just 8 left.
Yeah, moving into single figures now.
CSK RCB starts at 3 p.m. and I was thinking, you know, I'd have to watch the match in highlights reel. Turns out, just 20 minutes until match starts, well, the toss would have happened now. And turns out I can watch a fair bit of that.
Will that have been on the mind of the Leicestershire players?
I
A
don't
couple
know,
of
who
expansive
knows?
stops. Want to
Yep.
get on the bus home. Either way, 8 runs needed. Sturge comes into bowl for a dot ball. And quite procedural now for Leicestershire.
That's why, that's really not what you want. You know, I was going to say insult to injury, but that's probably more than that. So, it's 3 runs with that.
Sturge coming into bowl once again.
Heaved to the leg side, and it's a single.
Elsewhere for Kent, Zach Curlew moves on to his 50, with Kent so far on 87 for 1 at Lords. You'd imagine they'll be much happier with that than Kent women are feeling right now.
Yep.
And any Kent supporters at Lords today will probably have a much larger smile on their face as Zach Curlew moves on to his half century. And we'll have a change of bowling at Nackington Road End. Olivia Barnes coming on to bowl for a second spell after a 6-over spell coming on from the pavilion end earlier in the innings. Will this be the over, Adosh?
Maybe.
5 runs needed for Leicestershire to win the match.
At this point, it can happen whenever, because I said 27, that's
Yeah.
gone, so I'm not going to formulate any more theories.
You weren't too far off.
Yeah. This is fairly short, and
Every dot ball does bring us close to your prediction, though.
yes, it does. 5 overs left.
As Barnes comes into bowl, 3rd ball of the over. And for another dot ball. Sweet staying on strike as we move to the 4th ball of the over.
Yeah, she could have finished the match with that, but surprisingly hasn't been it before.
And Leicestershire know they have the time in the world just to sit in, wait for the balls, and score those runs as they get them. Maybe they aren't trying to finish in time for the RCB match.
Well, there's still 16 minutes left, so only take a couple of shots.
Barnes coming on to bowl. Last ball of the over.
And
It's
sit away there.
aerial
One
shot.
bounce to the fielder. That's 114, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
Overboard. 27 overs done. 114 for 3.
And here we'll have Megan Sturge bowling from the pavilion end as we come into the 23rd over. And really it's a matter of if not when, barring some incredible scenes which seem more and more improbable.
See, that was the matter, was that about 20 overs ago.
Yeah, Kent will have had hope when they took those 3 wickets earlier in the innings. Those 2 wickets quite close to each other.
And it... Okay, no. They could have got a run there, to be fair.
They're in no rush. And they don't have any need to be. And that'll be a second dot ball in the over.
The googly now.
Half-hearted appeal. And Sturge will be happier with this over than her first, with a ball going for 6 and a wide at the end of the over. She'll be happy with this, despite the match situation, won't she?
Well, I don't know. But oh, well, it's
there
gone
we
off.
go. I spoke too
Is
soon.
it just gone over the fielder?
And just avoiding a 4. Isabella James just patting the ball away to stop it going over the rope. Leicestershire taking 2 runs there, 116 for 3, 2 runs away from victory.
Scores are level now. I would be 3 overs off in this case. And you know, I'm not too disappointed by that, given what we've seen, 59 overs to be 3 overs off from that point.
Well, me and Nick were 2. Oh,
And I
the
think
ball,
that's that.
aerial ball goes
For
out for 4. that'll be
and
the
that
result.
is a convincing victory for Leicestershire, dominated with bat and ball.
Yeah, there we have Sweet scoring the winning runs.
Not been a contest today, one-sided from the first ball that was bowled. And the home side unfortunately suffering a crushing defeat. Had to pick themselves up to play against Middlesex in the T20 Cup on Monday.
And Leicestershire will enjoy a nice break after this. They are not playing in the first round of fixtures of the T20 Cup, having a bye in that. And their Metro Bank One Day Cup fixtures starting again on the 17th of May. And they'll have a lot to be happy about after a relatively poor run of form to start the competition. And not what Kent would have wanted after that strong home victory last week, having failed to build upon that, and really in a sort of bit of a patchy bit of form as they start their season.
Yep, so me and my 2 co-commentators have enjoyed watching proceedings today. And once again, this live stream is sponsored by Cluberly, the first investment app to pledge 50% of fees to causes chosen by their users. Your choices drive their giving, making every investment with Cluberly a step towards supporting your community. And now the players will shake hands.
Well, thank you for listening. If you're a Leicestershire fan, I'm sure you've enjoyed watching that. And as a Kent fan, we hope to see you back over the course of this season and supporting us as we go along. So thank you for listening and have a nice day.